Okay, you guys, I'm in the kitchen. We're going to be working on bean soup, and I'm going to be making some very heart healthy bean dip from navy beans. I've got my navy beans in the little roaster over there, and they're still cooking. It didn't get done like I thought it would. I didn't put it in there early enough. And there's a ham bone in it for flavoring. So it's still cooking. Gotta check on it. Okay. Still going. I'm gonna give it a stir. Okay. What I've done is I've used 4 pounds of navy beans, and I put a couple um, quarts of water in it, and a little bit of onion powder, no salt because the ham has salt in it. So that's all I've got in it right now for seasoning. So 4 pounds of beans, onion powder, I'd say maybe 2 or 3 tablespoons, depending on how oniony you like it, and some type of like I put a ham bone in mine for flavoring, but if you don't want ham or any kind of meat, you can always put some Mrs. Dash or something else in it and let it cook. But for right now, I'm going to be cutting up. I'm going to be cutting up some of my veggies and stuff that I need to get prepared for other stuff while we're waiting on those beans to cook. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, you know what, Humberto, I was thinking about putting some sofrito in it. That's actually a good idea. Zucchini keeps falling over. Okay. Yeah, Anna. Ham and your beans is good. Hey, Alfred's Kingdom, Anna, Humberto. How's everybody doing tonight? Is everybody doing good? Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I have got some okra that I need to cut up. So I'm going to be cutting some okra up. I'm going to freeze some of it, and some of it I'm going to be cooking. So got to get it washed, and I'll cut up. So that's what we're going to work on while we're waiting for the beans to get done. So let me move all these zucchini. We got more zucchini out of the garden today, believe it or not. So that's pretty awesome, I think. And it gives us an opportunity to share with our, neighbors and family and our friends and our family. So anytime you can share is always a good thing. We got some more squash, of course. That's always great. Trying to make me some room right here. Got a late start tonight on a lot of my kitchen stuff, so put me behind just a little bit. I thought if I planned the live for 11 that I'd have everything done, but of course I didn't. And I had to sit down and take a break. So that made me even further behind. Got kind of lazy. That's okay. Okay, let me get this okra washed. And I'm going to start cutting it up. Everybody. Oh, I just got 5 made the other day. I haven't made any more, Humberto. I wish I had made more already, but I haven't. The pickles are kind of slow coming off right now. But it'll get better. It works better sliding a little piece off to the left. Got okra flying everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh no. The other stuff you saw Humberto was zucchini. Now I have not made the zucchini and squash relish yet. So haven't done that. That's coming up later this week. Probably Wednesday. I need to wash my hands because I'm just coughing. But we have been getting quite a bit of, oh, that works out better. Just cut it from the end instead of trying to cut that top off. Just hold it by the top. Yeah, that was zucchini. Now look at that. Ain't that pretty? It's long, but it's not hard. Usually when they get longer than maybe right at about there, they start getting like hard and they taste woody. But this one is nice and soft. Surprised. So, I hope everybody had a good day. It's the one thing about planning to do something. Anything can happen. And you always have to improvise, even with your time. Because I had it all planned out that I would have the beans done by now when I could just drain them and start using them. But I got them in there a little bit later than I thought I would. And not only that, but I didn't have my heat turned up high enough on the roasting pan. So it wasn't boiling for like an hour. So that wasn't good. So I feel like I'm probably 45 minutes to an hour behind on my beans. But it's boiling now, so that's kind of woodsy. Can't use that. Chapulines. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't even know if I said that right. Umberto. Oh, yeah. That's what's on the bag. And another one starts with an S. That's gross. They're putting them in, they're putting crickets in potato chips and stuff. Saying it's healthy. A healthy source of protein. I don't know. Crickets in my potato chips. If I do have a potato chip. I mean, if I was starving, I'd eat a cricket. But I'm not starving, as y'all can see. Lord Jesus. That zucchini fell and it scared me. That one's almost done cutting up the okra. This is about 3 days worth of okra, I should say, out of the garden. Um, we had a lot of our plants that didn't make it, so that's what happens when you're a gardener. Sometimes some things just don't make it. But you keep on planting and keep on going. Because if you don't do that, you won't have anything. Plant, and you might lose some of it, but hey, at least if you plant, you're doing something. Okay, guys. Hey, Scotty. I didn't even know you were in here, baby. I'm sorry. Hey, honey. Okay, you guys. We're going to see how much okra we can put up. So I think I'll get a quart and a little bit for Kenneth for a meal because he's been wanting okra. And so have I. So, and we've only had a little bit this year. So I just dropped one. Oh my goodness. Don't use that. I don't do the 5-second rule here. Sorry. Okay, you guys. Hold on, you guys. Hey, I'm live, honey. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not giving the link out while I'm doing live. Okay, because I'm canning and stuff. Okay, baby. Okay, all right, bye. Okay. Well, y'all, we might have another visitor in a little bit. But anyway, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I do keep my cell phone on even when I'm doing lives because, you know, if I have an emergency, let's say my husband wasn't here, he has a bad, heart. And I've learned to keep all my devices on in case something happens with him. So I just answer the phone when it rings. Okra, a quart bag. You can have this last in your freezer for about a year. I do not parboil it. I don't anything. I might, once it gets frozen a little bit, I might sprinkle some kosher salt in there. But other than that, I don't do anything else to it. So, goes in the freezer. So, we have a little bit left over. Let's see here. We have about a cup left over. We'll just put it out on the board so y'all can see it. We have about that much left that I can put in a stir fry or just cook, saute it down with a little bit of onion. I'll either make it tonight or I'll just put it in a little container for tomorrow. But I need to wait and check on these beans first before I do anything. They're still a little bit hard. They're not too hard, but they're still hard. So, yeah, I think we'll put these in a container for tomorrow. I don't think I'll do them tonight. I might, but we'll see. Now I think I'm getting shorter. I'm having a hard time reaching up into my cabinets lately. It's like the older you get, the shorter you get. I think I need to get one of them devices where you take a thing and you stretch yourself. Wonder if that would work. What y'all think? Y'all think I can stretch myself? Okay. Now that doesn't look like very much, but it's actually quite a bit. So we're just going to set that to the side because I do not actually know if I'm going to cook it tonight. But here is what I'm going to get these. I think I'll give these to the chickens. The ends. I was going to use them for soup stock, but no, I think I'll just save them for the chickens. I have a little bucket that I put all my little goodies in for the chickens and the animals. I think I told y'all that the other day, but yeah, if I can get it in the bucket, not all over the floor. Good grief. Y'all see I'm so messy. Being messy tonight. Yep, I'm messy. Okay. And no, that's not really uh, that LA Awesome bleach stuff. That is actually just a little bit of sanitizing spray that I made, and I reuse that bottle. I do use that bleach, but I'm not using it tonight. I always have to clean up your prep area. Keep that good and clean. So, all right. And okra can be slimy, so you might have to wash it off twice. So, but anyway, anywho, okay. Let's see who's in here. Oh yeah, coconut water's good. What is, how do I get rid of the slime? I don't. I like the slime. The slime helps you, all the stuff in here move and, you know, helps your body do its thing a little bit better. I'm just saying. Did that answer your question? Y'all, I can't see like the how many people's in here? I can't see. Oh, 4 people. Well, Scotty, there is a way for you to get rid of the slime. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. But I can look in my notes and I can tell you. Well, not right now, but I mean, I'll get back up with you. Okay, you guys, I want to show you something. The summer before Kenneth had his stroke and heart attack, I had went to Costco or Sam's, I can't remember. And I got this big bag of garlic. And we brought it home and I was like, oh, I've got garlic. Woohoo. Well, all the garlic was sort of soft. So I was like, well, I'm not using that. So I took it all out into the garden and I planted it in the box Kenneth had just built me. It's a planter box. And I planted all of the garlic that wasn't mushy too bad and thought, well, what's the worst that can happen? It doesn't grow. And all during the summer, once those things started shooting up, I was able to cut the scapes off of it and cut them up and put them in things. And it was so good. But anyway, what I got off of that was garlic that I diced up in little teeny pieces and I jarred it. And I think I got 3 jars, 3 pints off of that garlic. So it may not seem like a big yield to everybody else, but for somebody who, y'all, I had not grown garlic in a long time. And then when I did grow it, I only got like I didn't get that much because I was growing in um, little shallow pots and stuff, So I didn't get very much. So I was like, yeah, it's not really worth, the effort planting it. So I didn't do it again. I would make, well, I did, but I only planted like a couple bulbs every couple of years. So, but anyway, this is good. So this is what we're using tonight in our bean dip and in our other dishes. So I don't have any fresh garlic left. So this is what I use. And I put this in um, cilantro, or not cilantro, salsa. I put it in everything, and it's so good. But it really is good when you're making bean dip. You know. Hey, Miss Chris. Oh, I am just telling everybody about my garlic. Oh yeah, definitely butter is. And you know what? I found out I went to go make ice cream the first time I used my ice cream maker, an electric one. Y'all, I didn't make ice cream, I made butter. And I was so upset. And a lady that I go to church with, Miss Patsy, she said, "Honey, you done made butter." And I was like, "Butter?" I didn't think about it. Well, I hadn't thrown it away yet. And I went home after church. And y'all, that was some good. Now, it tasted a little pineapple-y, but because I had put pineapple extract in it. But y'all, that was some really good butter. So if you want to make some butter, you can do it in an ice cream maker. Just saying, you know. Hold on, you guys. Okay. Hey, Nick Easy, how are you doing? Okay. So anyway, that was my little idea of what I was going to use from my stuff tonight was the garlic. So I lost my brains for a minute there. Um, Now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to cut up some green onions, and I am going to cut them off a little bit above the bottom so I can replant these in my garden tomorrow. So anyway, I was looking for my papers out. Anyway, you cut it off about, I always do it a little over an inch, and you just plant it in the dirt and leave about that much outside of the dirt, maybe a quarter of an inch or so. And y'all, within like 2 days, you'll see little shoots coming out of here. And the next thing you know, you'll have big old scallions. And if you look on my channel, go back into the shorts, you'll see where I grew a whole bunch of onions. And it was from, a lot of it was from onions that neighbors had got from the store, and they were going to throw the bottoms away, and they gave them to me. Or, I would buy some for making salsa or something or whatever, and I'd save the bottoms. So you can literally take your kitchen scraps and regrow them in a container and have food, So do that. But these are getting planted tomorrow in the garden. So trying to find a little bowl to put them in because, oh yeah, I'll just use one of these. Because you want to keep the bottoms a little bit wet once you cut them. Yeah, just put them in a container with a little bit of water in the bottom until you get them, just cover the roots until you get them in the dirt tomorrow or the next day or whatever. Yeah, you don't always have to use a pressure cooker, Scotty. You don't have to use a pressure cooker, especially when you're pickling stuff or if you're making tomatoes or high acid foods. Now, low acid foods, it is recommended you pressure can. But like I tell everybody, it's all up to you, because the truth is, what did we do before? What did our ancestors do before pressure canners came along? They used what they had. They canned stuff. They let the water stay boiling over the lids, because the point is, let me get a pot and show you. Okay? Look. This is the deal. This is just a regular stock pot. Okay? You have this stock pot. Okay, you're going to put the jars in the stock pot, right? You don't want to put the jars in the stock pot without something in the bottom, because the jars can rattle around and break. So you either use a tea towel. Back in the day, they used to use a tea towel or some type of little old rack or rocks or something they throw in. Y'all, my grandma used rocks one time in the bottom of the pot. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay. I ordered this off of either Walmart or Amazon. I can't remember. She put that in the bottom of the pot. Okay. You're going to want to sit your jars that you've sealed up fingertip tight. Hey, Mama T. And you want to put them in here. And when you put them in here, you want to cover them up with water about an inch over the lids, where the lids come up. So to about right there if it's pints, And if you water bath can, and you're water bath canning something that's low acid like meat or potatoes or beans or whatever, number one, you're going to want to put a little bit of lemon juice or vinegar in each jar. Okay? And you can put salt if you want. You don't have to. But you're going to have to keep that, when the water comes to a boil, you're going to have to keep that stuff boiling for a minimum of 3 hours. You cannot let the water evaporate and go down below those jars. And the water that you put in it has to be boiling hot water. So you have to keep another pot of water hot and boiling to top this off. Okay, so, the popularity of the pressure canner I can understand how it became a thing because it took those long 3, 4, 5 hour, you know, sessions of canning down to 30, 45 minutes in some cases, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or whatever for your actual boiling time. Because you don't start your time till it's boiling when you're water bath canning stuff. Okay? So that's how it goes. But for low acid foods, for high acid foods or pickling stuff, you got to average it between 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes on your stuff. Okay? And I don't know if that helped anybody, but I hope it did. Yeah, very much faster with a pressure cooker, but you have to watch that pressure cooker because you don't want your pressure getting above, like that 15 on that pressure cooker. Y'all, when I was little, my mom was cooking something in a pressure cooker and that thing exploded and there was stuff all over the cabinets everywhere. And my dad ended up having to take the stove that she was cooking on out of the house. I don't really remember why, but it damaged the hood thingamabobber over the stove, and the pressure canner was swole looking, like it looked kind of weird, funky shaped. So the sound of that I can still remember. So I don't play. I watch that gauge. And if you are somebody who's, addle and walk away or, get busy doing something else, don't use pressure cooker. If you don't have the time to do it. Because you got to be watching that dial. Okay? She did use rocks. I wasn't joking. Y'all, she used rocks. So I'm just saying. Grandma using that woman would use anything that she could creatively to make something work. There was no I can't. Grandma did not believe in I can't. And if you said you won't, oh no, there was no she let that slide. You did what you were told to do. Mama T, are you still here? Exactly, Humberto. That is, yeah, it will explode. And can you imagine that thing exploding and that stuff going everywhere and somebody's in the kitchen and gets burned? Yeah, hello, burn victim trauma center. That would not be pretty. Exactly. That is exactly right. So, not a good thing. Okay. I am going to cut my onions up now. Now, I'm not cutting them all up. I am cutting them all up, but I'm going to do the scapes because I'm using them as a topping for stuff. And I'm separating them from the bottom because the bottom I'm using for um, some of my dishes. It seems like the bottoms on these green onions does not hurt people's tummies that have um, stomach issues, like what is it my nephew has? Oh, I don't know. He's got something wrong with his stomach. But the green onions doesn't seem to bother him. But a regular onion, it'll just, mess his stomach up if he eats them a lot. And same thing with my uncle. One of my uncles, he's got diverticulosis, and onions tear him up so bad. He loves the flavor of them, but he cannot do onions, y'all. And that's terrible because he used to love onion rings when we were younger. But you can use these green onions and they're um, way less gassy and everything. So, but anyway. Okay. Okay, here is the green onions. Thank you, Nick. Who cooked pork on the pressure cooker? I'm trying to see the comments. Why won't it let me see the? Yeah, some rocks can explode when they get hot, but I think she had the right kind of rock. Yeah, that's true, Mama T. It does make it taste different. Yes, I love onion rings too, but not as much as I did when I was younger. Okay, you guys. Now I get to cut up some bell pepper. Let me check these beans first, though. Goodness gracious. I have to add water. Okay. Hmm. I'm trying to think. Oh, I have to make. Uh, to make my own. to make my salsa for Kenneth. That's right. Okay, you guys, I have to make salsa for my husband and my son. So we're going to make salsa for the boys. Okay. I was trying to remember what I had to do while I'm sitting here waiting. So, hey y'all. I'm just dicing up my bell pepper really small. I don't feel like pulling out a food chopper or anything like that right now. So we're just going to do it old school for the time being. Cut them up. Do it the old way. Because imagine if you didn't have power. You'd still have to do it, some way. So sometimes I like to just kind of forget I have power and go outside and build a fire or something and cook outside on the fire because it's really good to keep your skills up, and not be so dependent on electricity or, your propane tank or whatever, because that's what I like to do. But anyway, I'm going to put my bell pepper in there. And I'm just using one bell pepper on this, because a small bell pepper, because I'm not making a ton. So, and I'm going to grab a couple of jalapenos that I put up. Grab them out of here. So, maybe I'd say about three medium-sized jalapenos. Putting that in there. Oh, and I forgot. This is orange peppers and carrot diced up. I'm actually getting ready to add this into the beans. Okay? So, I just lightly steam these before I put them up. And they'll last about 6 months to a year if you do that in the freezer. So, we're getting ready to add these to the beans. And save your bags. You can wash them out. I don't like to reuse them for food, but I do wash them out and save them for other things like just whatever, Anyway. Okay. What do we need? We need paprika, fresh red pepper, a bit of chili powder. Where's the chili? I'm looking for my comino. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm getting my seasonings out, you guys. I've got cumin. I've got some paprika, some chili powder, and some fresh red pepper. And I've got some y'all, this stuff tastes so good. Some cilantro lime by Badia. Yummy, yummy. I don't have any limes, so. And we're going to take the parsley out of the freezer. Not parsley. Cilantro out of the freezer. Set that there. It just fell on the floor. Thank goodness it's in a bag. And we're going to use some of our tomatoes we put up. Anyway, there's the cilantro I put up. So, let's get these jalapenos cut up. Oh my goodness. Hold on, I'll be right back, you guys. Hold on. Ooh, I had to grab a cough drop. That's what happens whenever I get a little bit of seasoning or something that I've inhaled, is I start coughing. Oh, Scott, are you leaving, baby? You know what, Miss Chris, I have made cough syrup, but I have not been successful at making a hard cough drop, only a soft one, like a soft chew. I guess I could if I made it more like candy, but I don't want to use the sugar to make it like a hard tack. So the only thing I've been successful at is making them where it's softer. And I can't make any now because I didn't save any pine needles when it was the right time of year to save them. So I have to wait. Miss Chris, how was detailing today? I hadn't really got to watch really any YouTube or anything, so I hadn't watched her videos if you put any out today, but I will watch them, you know. Anybody in here, if you don't know anything about detailing or need to know something about detailing, go and subscribe to Detail Grandma's channel and watch her stuff because she does really good videos on her cleaning and stuff of vehicles. And her daughter does a live streams on coloring and stuff at night too, on the weekends. So check her out. And if y'all don't mind, can you please hit the like button and subscribe if you're not subscribed? I'd really appreciate it. Okay, I'm almost done with the jalapeno. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to put some of those. Hey, Teresa Buchanan, how are you, dear? Okay, guys, these are the onions that I told you that I had put up in the freezer that I had cut, taken out of my garden the other month that I grew from, kitchen scraps. And I did a video on it. These are some of the onions that I froze. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to use about, now in this I've got one small bell pepper, 5 medium-sized jalapenos, and I'm going to put about a quarter of a cup of these chives in this salsa. And the reason why I'm not using white onions is because, like I said, hubby's coming. But I am using the bottom of those onions, some of them. Not very many. I'm going to use about half because I need some of it in the bean dip I'm making. I need to save some, so this is going back in the freezer. So, put it back up in here. Okay. And I am going to put about 4 tablespoons of my garlic. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe a little bit more. I love garlic. Okay. And I'm going to use about half of a teaspoon of the cilantro lime. And that's what made my nose start running. I'm going to use about a tablespoon of chili powder. About a tablespoon of paprika. A good teaspoon of cumin. And I'm going to put some chili flakes, maybe about, I put way too much in there. I put a teaspoon in it instead of a half of a teaspoon. Okay. And now I get to open up the tomatoes I put up. Hey, Cheryl Rich, how are you doing, honey? It's good to see you. Bob, hello. I love you too, Bonnie. I'm glad you came, honey. Okay, you guys. Now, this thing, y'all, this is what I got to struggle with to open up these cans. Because I bought this thing off of Amazon, and it's the biggest piece of junk. Don't waste your money, please. Don't. And I'm just keeping it just to show people what not to buy. It don't want to work for it. Well, I'm going to show you. Okay. Now, watch it work this time to make me look like a liar. Y'all, I can't get it to, no matter what you do. And when I first got it, it worked good for about a week. And after that, nope. It's called a canning key. Don't waste your time. Okay. Hey, Camo Carl. Yeah. Okay, this is what I have to do. I take this little end right here. See that? And I put it at the edge of the lid because I don't want to crack my glass. And I hold it. And oop, see it. Oh man, I got tomatoes on my computer. Oh man. Oh well. It'll clean off later. But anyway, there's one can. And here's the other can. Okay. Okay. Now I forgot my lemon. So I don't have a lime, but I do have a lemon. Take your lemon and roll it because it's so much easier to get juice out of it if you do that. Okay? I'm going to cut it in half. And I'm not going to do the whole squeeze thing. I'm going to take my knife. Okay, y'all, be careful. I'm going to take my knife and I'm going to put it in the middle of this lemon. And I'm going to squeeze the lemon from the tip. Okay? Okay. So. And let the juice run down so I don't get a bunch of seeds in my dish. The seeds actually stay in the bottom of the lemon when you do it like that. And I don't throw this away. I still use this. I would take this and put it in a bag and freeze it. And put it in some stuff to make seasoned lemon. Like oils and, water and whatever. And yes, there's a bag of lemons in my freezer. Right on the top shelf. Okay. Now, I'm going to stir it up. You guys see that? Stir it up. And I'm going to put it in a jar. You guys, if you don't mind, I know I said it earlier, but if you're new to the channel, welcome. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. And if you could, hit the like button if you like what I'm doing. And if you don't like what I'm doing, then I'm sorry. I'm doing the best I can do. So. Okay. We're going to see how much of this will fit in one quart, and maybe I can hide some for some other stuff. Hide it away from Kenneth and Michael. Okay, we got 1 quart. Okay, and I think we'll get a pint, or sort of a small pint. Okay. And yes, my jars are clean. Oh, you couldn't see my counter? Wait a minute. Hold on. Is that better, Detail? Miss Chris, is that better? I'm sorry. I'm trying, honey. Thank you for the advice. I was trying not to put the camera too close because juice flying and everything else, and it's right in the walk. The tripod's right in the walkway. So, but I'm trying. Can you see better? Y'all, I'm about crazy. I didn't even add a little bit of water. Good grief. This stuff's going to be so strong. Okay. All right, just so y'all know. You see that right there? Coconut water. I put that in my salsa. Don't tell nobody. It's my secret. Okay? Okay. So you see how much I put in there. The salsa was right here, and I put coconut water up to there. Salsa was right there. Put the coconut water up to the rim of the jar. Okay? And I have used this whether I'm a water bath cannon, if I just put it in the refrigerator, it doesn't matter. This stuff makes your salsa taste so yummy. Okay. Okay. I put it in there and I shake it. Just like that. See? Okay. Let me get a clean lid. Now, hold on. I was going to show y'all something. Hold on. Actually, I don't want to use this lid, okay? Because I'm not canning this. I don't want to be wasting it. Get that back in there. Okay. You can get these out of Walmart. They're white lids in the cannon section. They have regular ones and wide mouth. But you can also save the top of like Sawyer's mustard or a mayonnaise jar. This came off of some, I think it was Duke. No, was it Duke's? It was some kind of mayonnaise. And I'm looking at the chat. Okay. But anyway, they work on the top of your jars. Okay? Your regular mouth jars, okay? Watch this. Works just fine. See that? And you shake it up, it's not leaking, nothing. So reuse it, you guys. Don't use your good canning lids for just storing stuff in the refrigerator. Okay? Now, it's all right if you've already opened up a jar and the lid's still good enough to clean and use for like cold storage. But don't use your good brand new lids when you can just save something that you're going to throw away in the trash. You know? Okay. I'm getting ready to put this up in the refrigerator. Okay, so, all right. So we got our salsa done. I swear, the beans still. Saints don't want to salt up. Okay. You know what? That is crazy. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Let's see here. I was kind of worried about the beans not getting done. So, and I still want to make at least the bean dip for you guys. Okay, so beforehand, I dug out a thing of northern beans. Okay, so I'm going to take this 15.5 ounce can. I'm going to drain it really good, and we're going to mash it up. Okay. Here's my strainer. Wait, my strainer disappeared. Where'd I put that thing at? Like Dad Nabbit. Am I going crazy? Yeah, I think I'm going crazy. I can't find my strainer. Okay. Plan B. Let's see here. There's my strainer. It was on my stove, y'all. Thought I was going crazy. Anyway, these are handy dandy little strainers. See that? Oh, yeah, I was missing something. Okay, you guys. This is the one that I am going to put the onions in. Okay. And I'm going to put and that's just really a pinch of onions. I'm going to put about a tablespoon and a half of the garlic. Oh, what am I doing? And I'm going to take that lemon and squeeze. This is what I'm using the rest of the lemon for. To put in there, okay? All right. Okay. Now, what am I missing here? Oh, we're going to put a little bit of cumin in it. Just maybe an eighth of a teaspoon. We're going to put about a teaspoon of paprika in it. And a pinch of chili flakes. And when I say a pinch, I mean like maybe 10 seeds. Okay. And of course the cilantro lime mix. Okay. And we're going to stir it up. Okay. Stir it up really well. And I am going to drizzle some olive oil in it. Like maybe a teaspoon or so. For the time being. And I am going to drizzle a tiny bit of coconut amino, which is the replacement for Worcestershire sauce. Okay? All right? No anchovies in this. Just saying. Humberto, no anchovies. Y'all. Miss Chris, detail grandma, I told her that Worcestershire sauce contained anchovies, and I ruined Worcestershire sauce for her. She said she was never eating Worcestershire sauce again, so I ruined it for her. What y'all think? Y'all think I should have just kept my mouth shut and not told her? I think if I wouldn't have told her, that would have made me a bad friend. What y'all think? All right. We put about an eighth of a teaspoon in that. Okay. Now this is what we're going to do. Okay. We're going to mash this up with a good old masher. See that? Okay. I'm going to mash it up. I was going to put it in the food processor, but I want to see how good I can get it without, I want to see how smooth I can get it without putting it in the food processor. Like what I was telling y'all earlier, it is really good for you to kind of pretend, okay, I don't have that kitchen appliance, or I don't have power, and just kind of forget you have it, or that you don't have the ability to use it, and try to use just your regular old-fashioned stuff to try to make your dishes. And I'm going to tell you, after I started doing that again, because I went through a couple years where, I wanted to have the, upgraded kitchen appliances. And, I didn't have no space for nothing. And I had no counter space, which I still don't have a lot of that, but it was like, you have to buy accessories, you have to do this and that, and And then a lot of the stuff, it's just a duplicate of some other thing that you can get for fairly inexpensive, you know. So, and this isn't perfectly smooth, but it's a dip. So I'm going to show y'all what it looks like in the thing. See that? Okay. I'm going to leave it just like that. I am not pulling out my food processor for that. You hear me? I'm not doing it. It's silly. It's bean dip. You know? So. And I like to put everything in glass jars. Okay? No, Miss Chris, I am not doing it. No, you're right, I'm not. But anyway, I do like to use glass jars. Now, I was making bowl covers with cloth and beeswax, but I'm kind of chintzy. Beeswax is hard for me to come by right now. And what I do have, I've been using for lip balm and stuff to give to my local customers with their like their laundry soap or their deodorant or whatever I make them. I'll give them a little tiny sample of lip balm. Okay, because I'm trying to get better at making lip balm before I go put it out there for people. Okay, so I'm kind of using them as guinea pigs. Well, it's not. Oh yeah, anchovies is nauseating. I don't blame you. I don't like them either. But anyway, I'm gonna quit yapping about that and put this stuff in this nice little glass bowl. Okay, y'all. And we're gonna see if it fills the bowl up. I bet you it does. And I bet you my husband is still awake in there. So I might take him a little chip. No. Too much of a late night snack. Okay. Wait till tomorrow. And no, I'm not tasting it because I like for it to set up, get the flavor in it for a while. Okay? Because the longer you sit, the better it will taste. And I have found that whenever you start tasting it right then, or well, me, if it tastes really good, you're going to want to eat it all right then. But if it doesn't, have that flavor right away, that bam flavor, you're going to want to keep adding stuff. And a lot of times you end up putting way too much stuff in it that you don't need. Okay? There's no need to complicate stuff. You guys saw I have not used one measuring spoon, not one measuring cup. I mean, I only use those really on precise stuff like breads and, certain baking items. The kitchen is not rocket science. It's just going back to your old ways of doing stuff, I can remember when I didn't even own a measuring cup, and there's people in this world that don't even have a cup. So, but anyway, I'm rambling. There it is, you guys. Is that pretty or what? Okay. I do believe that's pretty and it's healthy. You saw I did not put salt in it. Okay. All right. Now there is a little bit of salt in this cilantro lime, a little bit of sea salt, but not very much. It's one of the last ingredients in it. Mm. Oh, okay. I saw that eating anchovies like cookies. Oh, you're gonna make me have a sick stomach, man. Talking about anchovies. I shouldn't have brought it up. See what I got started? That's just wrong. Okay, you guys, I have got to go check on my husband. I'm sorry I have to do this in the middle of a live, but I've got to go check on him and check his, pressure and all that stuff. So it's going to be maybe 5 minutes. So just please be patient with me. Okay. Okay, you guys, I'm back. Hey, Alexa. How are you doing, honey? I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't mean for it to take so long. Don't even know how long it was. But anyway, I'm gonna get back to cooking. Okay. Put that in the refrigerator. We check these things. And they need some water. I do not want my beans to burn. Away. Okay, y'all, I have got to clean these dishes up real quick that I've used before my kitchen gets nasty, so to speak. Okay, do not want a nasty kitchen at all. Okay, what have I got to put up? Okay, I have to put my garlic up. No, I don't. I need to scoop it out. Okay, I'm going to do this. This. That's clean. This shouldn't take me but maybe 2 or 3 minutes, okay? And you guys, when you open up a jar of like anything that you can, it's a lot easier on you if you just go ahead and clean the jar out instead of letting it sit and getting all the stuff around the rim getting hard. Because then it makes your job a lot more difficult. And if you accidentally have one little thing left on that rim of that jar, and you go to can something else and put it in there, it can ruin a whole batch of food. I mean, a whole jar of food. So you don't want to do that. You want to just, go ahead and just, even if you're tired, just go in and clean it. You know, don't procrastinate about it. Just get it done. Do the same thing with your lids that you're saving. Just go on and clean them. And decide, okay, can they be reused for a canning, or can I just reuse them for cold products in the refrigerator? Or dry goods, that's another thing I reuse my stuff for. I vacuum seal like flour and my cornmeal and my grits, all of my dry goods. I have a vacuum sealer and I vacuum seal my stuff. It keeps the bugs out of it and it makes it last a lot longer. Okay? So, yeah. Okay. Let's clean up our area. Do not need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. We have 7 people in the room. If I missed anybody that's in here, I'm sorry. So, okay. All right. And now I can take a break. Thank you, Miss Terry. That's very sweet of you to remind everybody. Yeah, I haven't neither. She came in here the other night when I was live and was here for a while. And I haven't talked to her, so I have no idea. So I do know. Y'all, this coffee is so good even though it's cold. I'm sorry my beans aren't done. I really wanted to have them done, you guys. I feel like I kind of messed up. I should have started them this morning, is really what I should have done. But I got busy doing other stuff and I had a lot going on. Um, and I just honestly, I forgot. I forgot about them. Oh, I don't know about Nate. I don't have no. I mean, I don't contact him. Oh, well, that was nice, Jenny. That was nice that she sent people over if she did. You know, that was very, very nice. And I was very happy to see her in here too. I wish my sister could be here, but she's sleeping, y'all. She has to sleep. The woman works 2 jobs and she just worked her weekend because she works 2 weekends a month. And then she works all during the week at a car dealership. And I just miss her. I haven't got to talk to her very much lately. Okay, Alexa, I made bean dip with navy beans. And I made some salsa. And I cut up some okra to put up in the freezer. I got a quart of okra that I put up. And then I have this little bit right here that I might end up going ahead and cooking tonight. Or I might make some gumbo because I haven't made my husband and son gumbo in a while. So I might make them some gumbo. But I don't know because it's so hot. So, oh, that is sweet, Jenny. I did not know that she did that. Thank you for going there. That was sweet. But I don't want her. I also don't want to step on her toes. You know, and yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just, but that's what I cooked, Alexa. And I was going to pressure can the navy beans, but they're not finished cooking yet, so I have to wait. Paella is good. Yes, Humberto. You know what, Humberto, I have made gumbo without shellfish. I will literally make gumbo with just different kinds of sausage, homemade, of course, not store bought. And I use chicken also. You do not have to put seafood in gumbo. You can put anything you want in gumbo. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, baby. Okay, y'all. Um, I think I'm going to go ahead and cut up these tomatoes and put them in a little bag in the freezer because these are going to be to make stewed tomatoes, and I don't have a lot of them. So what I do, okay, just so y'all know, in case you don't, I'm not saying y'all don't know anything about cooking, but let's say you go to the grocery store and you bought a bunch of tomatoes, or somebody gives you a bunch and you don't know what to do with them. Don't let them go bad. Do not let them go bad. Wash them real good, okay? And if you got them from the grocery store, wash them in some baking soda when you get home. And just put a little dab of peroxide and wash it. That's what I do with everything when I get it home from the grocery store. If it's fresh, I put it in a little bit of, you know, tap water with some baking soda and a little drop of peroxide and let it see it, or vinegar, and let it see it, and then I rinse it real good. But anyway, take your tomatoes, wash them real good, take the stem off of them, okay? And then just put them in a bag in the freezer so they do not go bad. And when you're ready to, like, let's say you want to make salsa, just pull them out and throw them out and use them. Let's say you want some stewed tomatoes or some tomatoes to go in a recipe, just throw them out, cut them up, and throw them in your dish. You know? And remember, I said earlier I save my bags and I'll use them for other things sometimes. This is one of those times. Okay? Because there's nothing wrong. I washed the bag out. Okay? Get as much of the air as you can get out of the bag and zip it up. Okay? And y'all, I'm crazy. I forgot to put my cilantro in my salsa. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to dice up some cilantro real good, and I'm going to open up my jars and put my cilantro in my salsa because nobody wants salsa without cilantro. Not in my house. Nobody. And y'all, I use the stems and all. I don't even care. A little bit of stem ain't gonna kill you. I promise you. Might get stuck in your teeth or something, but it ain't gonna kill you. Okay? And that's another thing. A lot of times we'll get cilantro or parsley from the grocery store or herbs, and y'all within like 3 days, them things are starting to try to turn. So you know what? I don't even bother with sticking it in the refrigerator no more. I just go on and rinse them now and put them up in the freezer. That's what I do. Okay? And that's exactly what I do. Because I do not want to be spending all that money on something if it's out of season, you know, and I don't, have any, or if I just want the fresh taste of it instead of using dried. Because I have dried cilantro, and I don't mind using it, but sometimes you just want it to feel like it's fresh, So, okay, I'm going to pull the camera closer because if Detail Grandma's still here, she's going to beat me if I don't have this camera closer. She's going to say, pull your camera closer, woman. Okay. Okay. Hey, can y'all see that? See, I didn't know you were still here, but I'm glad I pulled the camera closer. Alexa, I'm sorry you're so exhausted, baby. Thank you, Miss Chris. I appreciate that. That's we need to want the people that's on here to be successful, And it makes me feel special that you want me to be successful. Because, you could just not care. I mean, there is a lot of people that's like that these days. Or they start getting jealous of somebody's success, and that ain't never good. Being jealous ain't good. Now, when I was younger, I called it private jealousy, where you would look at somebody and admire what they were doing, but it's still kind of you were jealous, and you were like, well, I wish I could do that. Well, what I've tried to learn how to do in my little thoughts of jealousy in my head about certain things over the years is to just do better at what I'm doing. It's good to appreciate what other people have going on, and you can use it as inspiration, you know? Like, I look at, like, for instance, my friend Deanna, okay? Her channel is Access Humboldt Unincorporated. I don't know, Jenny, if you can drop her link in the chat. She has a homestead in California, you know, and y'all know how, cray cray it is with California, but there's a lot of good people in California. And I graduated high school in California. Okay. So, but anyway, she inspires me, and she pushed me and pushed me and pushed me to be able to get myself comfortable enough to come on YouTube and even make a channel, because I didn't have a channel for a long time. But Deanna encouraged me, and she wanted me to do the old ways, just even though I was intimidated and I don't like being on camera. She said, just be yourself. Don't, which I was going to be myself anyway, no matter what I do. But she encouraged me, and I appreciated her. I could have looked at her channel and been jealous of her, but I admired her. I admired her for her strength and her tenacity and her boldness to not care what other people thought, just to get on there, do her Constitution classes, and I encouraged her to can. And she was intimidated at first, but you guys, she planted a garden and she canned her butt off last year. And I was so proud of her. I was so proud of her. So, anyway, just saying. And Detail Grandma, she she encouraged me too. Um, I I really didn't want to put up a bunch of stuff, but we were talking about candle making and stuff one day and other stuff, and she made some um, little air fresheners for the car, and you know she did a live, or I don't know if she did a live, but she did a stream about that, and she did a really good job making them. The only thing is, sometimes we get essential oils that y'all they yeah, they're essential oils. They just don't have no kind of smell after you use them. A lot of times it's like you got to use the whole um you got to almost use the whole bottle for it to retain a smell. So anyway, that's that. There's the salsa. See, you guys, I put the cilantro in it. I have a little bit left, okay, for my other bean dip that I make. So putting this back in the refrigerator. Okay, let me look at the chat. Yeah, she does make candles. I've made some, but I use a lot of old wax. Like people in the community will give me their candles that have a little bit of wax left in the bottom, and I collect that and warm the jars up in a pot with a little bit of water in the bottom of it. Set the candles down in there, and the wax melts just enough to come out of it. And then I put all of that wax in a glass um, Pyrex measuring cup and wait until I'm ready to make the candles. And then I remelt it. And that's what I do. So, but okay. Let me put these tomatoes in here in the freezer. I cannot see very good. Who else in here? Oh, I have a list. Miss Chris, I have a list of videos that I want to do. If you were talking to me, I don't know if you were talking to me or not, but I do have a list already. So, like a long list. Who all is still with us? If you can let me know in the chat who's still here. I see Detail and Mama T. Who else is still here? I gotta pick up that zucchini that fell on the floor. Okay, let's see here. Alexa's here. Okay, you guys. Let's see here. Okay. Check my beans again. Okay, we're going to try one bean to see how done it is. See how the flavor is. Uh-huh. Okay, amazing. Okay, cannot believe that. 2 hours in and the beans are done. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. No, I do not know how to make candles out of mullein tops. Terry, I do not. You'll have to teach me. You have to teach me. Guys, now I've got to let the beans cool off. Have to let the beans cool off. Okay. For right now, I'm going to take my I'm going to take my computer over to the over to the table in there. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. What in the world have I done here? Oh my goodness. Okay. Slide this over here and plug this back. Because sure as I don't have it plugged in. Sure as I don't have it plugged in, it it hold on a minute. Okay. Okay, you guys. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break. Put that thing way over there so I don't have to look at my face. Okay, I'm here. Now I can see everybody. I'm sorry, Grandma. I am so sorry. I know it was exhausting. I'm trying to I'm trying to get myself better at doing the live. So I'm trying. Well, yeah, yeah. And I'm working off of about 3 hours of sleep. So, but yeah, Miss Terry, if you can teach me how to do it, I'd appreciate it. Because I'm all for learning something new. Okay, what's next is I am going to take me a break and I'm going to talk to y'all. I've got to let my beans cool down. And this is why I should have done them earlier, like I said this morning, because, oh, you use the mullen tops as your wick? Oh, okay. Um, I should have done the beans this morning, and I didn't. I needed to have the beans cooked so that could be cooled down. Then I could have just went on the live stream and mushed my beans up and, you know, started doing my pressure canning of my beans. So, yeah, I did not start them early enough. So, but I did still make the bean dip. So that was good that I still made the bean dip. So I'll just do the pressure cannon on another video probably, unless I can stay live long enough to do the pressure cannon, which is possible, you know, kind of start to finish. But I know everybody probably wants to go to bed, so I can still do it, which I probably still will do it tonight. We'll see. Jenny, are you still here or did you fall asleep? Jenny and Anna. Miss Chris, I just looked at your text. You're going to blow my phone up. You already sent that to me. Yeah, you sent that to me earlier. You know what? He's you called him a wimp. That boy ain't a wimp. That is funny though. I don't. Okay, so we've got Miss Terry still here. Miss Chris is here. Jeannie's here, and it says we've got 8 people. So yeah, yeah, I thought Echo would probably go to bed. So I don't know. It doesn't look like anybody else saying. Maybe we just have lurkers. We should feel special. That I should feel special that I have some lurkers, shouldn't I? If they're not saying nothing. Somebody just left because now they're seven. Or maybe my computer's slow. I don't know. Marker or worker? I don't. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by marker or worker. Oh, I said Humberto is a hard worker, isn't he? I'm sorry. Oh no, I said we must have a lurker. Like a lurker, like somebody that's here but they're not saying anything in chat. You guys, if you're here and you're watching, say hey in chat. Let us know where you're at. You know, give us a like and a thumbs up. He's a sleep wimp. Yeah. Is Tori asleep, you think? Hey, from Kansas. Hey, Kansas. I knew you were in Kansas. Okay, so now I feel like I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs. Okay, Alexa, you're from Los Angeles, so you're still with us. Good night, Miss Terry. You have a beautiful night. I'm glad you came. I love you. Don't go outside doing none of that crazy stuff to them airplanes, Miss Terry. You know what I'm talking about. You know I know what you do. She knows what I'm talking about. Maybe did y'all hear that noise? It's thundering outside. Must be some heat lightning in the sky. I don't know. All I know is I hear rumbling. Okay, let's see here. Okay. All right, so Miss Terry is going to bed, Mama T. Um, Miss Chris, when are you having your next live? Yeah. Well, the sky looked clear earlier. Well, whenever I checked on Kenneth, it looked clear outside because I checked. I'm using Kenneth's cup. Him and the man he takes to church every Sunday, they always stop and get him a sandwich after church. So they went to Smithfield, and I'm using his cup from yesterday. Alexa, I'm from North Carolina, off the coast, but I graduated in California, in San Diego, from high school. I graduated from high school. Yeah, any college I had was on the East Coast. It's okay. It's okay. Do me a favor, Alexa. Don't use all caps. Okay. I can see what you type without it being in all caps. Just let's see here. Okay. You don't know when you're going to go live. It's okay, Alexa. You don't got to apologize. I just know that YouTube is funny about the all caps thing. I don't know why, but you know, it's they they're funny about it too. And it's like you yelling at somebody, like trying to get their attention. And I promise I try to watch the chat, and if I'm not paying attention, it's because I'm like in the middle of cooking. But I'll get, I'll look. I try to scroll through the comments because I don't want people to feel like I'm not listening to them. And it's not like I have like tons of people in here anyway. Now, if there was a lot of people in the chat was going fast, yeah. You know what? Detail the now Farron's in North Carolina, right? The people around Pinehurst, there was a lot of flooding in Pinehurst, so I really hope he's not any. It didn't look like, if I'm not mistaken, he was up further, and I don't think they got any flooding. So hopefully he's okay. Yeah, Lexi, it's all right. Don't worry about it, baby. Don't worry about it. I was just explaining to you. But yeah, Pinehurst got flooded really bad. And I mean, there was like houses floating down a street. So not good. And then all them people in Texas, man, I feel bad for them, and we've been praying, and we're going to keep on praying. But it's just terrible. It's like, you know, the past year has been rough. And I know with what happened and what Milton done in North Carolina, I didn't know if part of my family was dead or not, for months. And although I wasn't, close to them or anything, I still worry. But I found out later on at church that I visited a church that I didn't normally go to, and my cousin happened to go there, and he said that my um, mother's uncle and all of them were okay. So I found out that everybody was okay, and all of the second and third cousins and fourth cousins were okay. They just a lot of them didn't have homes left, but they were okay. Even though they were in a valley and their homes were gone, they were okay. So I know what it's like to worry about that. Yeah, it is sad. It is sad. But I'm going to get off that subject because I don't, yeah, I'm going to get off of it. Um, Miss Chris, I wish I had a coloring book right now. Waiting on beans to cool down. Hi, 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 hi. Miss Chris, would you like to come up on panel with me? Hello. Hello, Lucy. Okay, we're down to three people. Okay. Okay, you guys. I'm waiting. Jenny, are you still here? Or did you fall asleep? Okay. Okay, you guys. Nobody's saying anything in chat. I'm I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for my beans to cool off. Okay, Alexa, who, baby? And you got cap. Take your caps off, honey. Take your caps off. Coloring pages on the internet. Yeah, I did look up that site that y'all mentioned. I think I saved it in my playlist too. So I've got to get my printer. I've got to get ink for my printer so I can print some off. I think that would be kind of fun. I don't know if I'll be any good at it, but because I'm kind of colorblind to an extent. So, how's your daughter doing, baby? Oh yeah, I think Humberto did fall asleep. Yeah, Grandma was saying, he was, so yeah. Ooh, a highway project. Yikes! Night shift on working on the highway. Yeah, he is. Okay, he's a sleep wimp. We're going with sleep wimp. Humberto, you're here. Oh, she's a dump truck driver. Good grief. You really did raise your youngins to be strong. Good grief. I could never drive in a dump truck. Man, I had rocks all over the highway, dumped all over people. That's good. Okay, so Humberto, if you've been here since we've been up, why weren't you saying nothing, man? We was sitting here like wondering where you went. You made me feel like you left me. My heart hurt. What? Yeah, the thing said there was three. There was you, Jenny, and Alexa. Fibber McGee. That's a good one. I like that. That is very, very good. Oh, you were taking a shower. Hmm. You had to wash all that funky off of you. So good. Showers are good, Humberto. Very good. I took one myself today. Don't you know? Humberto probably uses anchovy cologne. Watch. He'll say something funny like that. He likes to sweat all the bad out of his body. Mm-hmm. Anchovy cologne, detail grandma. Yeah. He's got to sweat that funk out from the anchovies. Polo, yeah, well, Polo smells good. It's one of them tried and true colognes, you know. Polo smells good. Yes, Polo was good. We heard, yeah, we heard Grandma. Grandma made sure she put that in caps. Look, okay, yeah, she gets a pass on that one, cause yeah, she said she love her Polo. I love Polo. Yep. Oh yeah, I can make peppermint soap. Yeah. I like Chance by Chanel. I haven't smelled the blue, but I wear Chanel. That's like the only thing I can put on my skin. Oh yeah, that Polo smells good. And see all these new colognes, it's like y'all, there was stuff that was from the 80s and 90s that people swore by that smelled good. And I think this stuff smelled like bug spray. But the Polo, that stuff has been around and it smelled good. Like the Chance, the Chanel perfume, yes, it's expensive, but it it always has smelled good. And it, while all them other ones are fly by night colognes and perfumes, those brands have stayed around because they have good quality products. I've never spelt I love that. I have never smelled anything. Well, I've never smelled Estee Lauder before. I may have smelled it, but I didn't know what it was. See, I can't use Bath and Body Works on my skin. I can handle the spray on my clothes, but I cannot do the lotions or anything because I will break out like, yeah. My body would probably look like grandma's mosquito bite she had on her arm. Oh, yeah, I bet you they did want you to be beside them. Mm-hmm. You had them ladies going, didn't you, Humberto? They was sniffing you out, boy. Okay, you guys, guess what? I'm going to go back in the kitchen in a minute or two. Miss Chris, would you like to come up on panel? keep everybody entertained. Huh? Oh, oh, get my butt back in the kitchen. On panel meaning like if I put the link, okay, I'm gonna put it in chat, and you click on that link in the chat, okay, and then it'll bring you back here. There you go. Now you click on that link I just sent. I've just put in the chat. Yeah, I don't even know how to send it text. I just know how to put it in the email and in the chat box on the computer. You see it? Okay, you guys. Jenny, are you still here, baby? There's my grandma. Well, not my grandma, but my grandma. Hey, honey bunny.
Hello.
Hey, baby.
I had to get coffee. What are you doing?
I'm just sitting here taking my break, honey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to get coffee.
My legs are so sore.
Mine, I got this big old knot on this right leg from a dang mosquito bite. It is
On your leg now?
it's a little mosquito bite, but it's created a great big knot on my muscle on my leg just below the knee. And it's protruding. My mom and I had to get me some antibiotic ointment because we're afraid it's going to turn into an infection.
Ugh. I'm going to turn my camera off for just a minute, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to turn it off for just a second. Okay. My camera is overheating.
Uh-oh.
So I need to turn it off and give it a rest. Thank you so much for coming up on here with me.
Okay. So what am I supposed to do?
I just want you to be on here with me.
Oh, okay.
I should have made those beans this morning. Is what I should have done. You know, I should not have waited.
Yeah, yes. The mosquito wanted to eat me, yes.
Yeah, the mosquito likes the. You know what? Have you tried using vinegar?
No.
Now I always spray myself with vinegar before I go outside.
Really?
I can't use the DEET and all of that mosquito repellent, so I just spray myself with vinegar.
Well, apparently it's not working anyway because I used it and I have 4 big bites and they don't itch, but they hurt like the dickens. So I'm doing the best I can. And I also, I use lavender spray also,
Yeah,
lavender oil spray.
yeah. Well, and you know what? Humberto's right. Eucalyptus, and you know what? I put eucalyptus oil in my vinegar.
In the vinegar?
In the
Okay. So it's
vinegar.
kind of a double whammy.
Yeah.
That'll work. They're really bad. I don't know. And I am so allergic. But I feel like I'm a prisoner in my own house if I sit inside all the time just to avoid a bite. Even though I
Yeah.
spray, they still get me. But I don't want to be a prisoner in my own house.
Well, what I had to do was I bought citronella seeds and planted citronella all over my yard, everywhere.
There you
So
go.
it'll grow, in place. Even if, like, the guy comes and cuts the grass, it'll come right back up.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's how I've gotten control of the mosquitoes around here. And I go through and make sure there's no standing water and nothing outside. Because we're in a swamp, and if you don't keep your stuff that's laying around empty and water gets in it, those mosquitoes go and lay those eggs and they breed.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's what I was concerned about all the rain we've had. Up until 2 weeks ago, we had 16 inches of rain in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And so we thought it was all the rain, which is possible. And, I kept dumping everything. I have a lot of empty pots out on the patio. And so I kept dumping them. And then finally I got sick and tired of dumping them. So I just dumped them upside down. And that way the water wouldn't build up in them.
Well,
but we still, like yesterday, we got rain. I mean, we're still every few days getting rain. We only got some sprinkles tonight, but still, I just figured it was all because of wet.
is she type O? Are you type O?
No, I'm a type B.
Well, that one yeah. You got that sweet blood.
I just like I told Tori, I said, I feel like I'm a prisoner in this house if I have to stay in. I mean, what's the point of having that big deck if I can't go out there and sit on it, which is what I wanted,
Do you even have a citronella candle?
I'm going to have to get one. I just have never really had the best of luck with them. I got to plug this in. Hang on.
They hate lemon balm.
They hate what?
They hate lemon balm.
Lemon bombs? What's that?
Lemon balm. It's like a herb. They hate lemon balm. They hate citronella. They hate vinegar. Before
Well, I'm going to try the vinegar. Hell, I've been using the vinegar in my laundry.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes are very attracted to O-type blood. I'll be darned.
Yep. And
I
you're
did not know
diabetic,
that.
so that's even more a reason why you would swell up is because you're diabetic.
Well, no, I'm allergic to them.
Yeah.
I am severely allergic to them. And that's why I have to have bug spray all the time, the repellent. But I'm finding that these newer breeds of mosquitoes, it's like head lice. When my kids were little and they got head lice, I was able to manage it with the head lice treatment and all of that you buy over the counter. Now that my kids have kids, they can't manage it. So I told them, all of them, the boys, you can obviously shave their heads.
Yeah.
But the girls, you need to dye their hair.
I'm going to tell you, that's to me, that is crazy. The stuff that the chemicals that you have to use now to kill.
Just to kill these bugs because they've built an immunity to the things that we have.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's why I'm like, now I'm trying to figure out other ways to maybe treat the yard. Maybe
if I can get some
treat me.
citronella seed and some lemon, I've got lemon balm seed, but if I can get some more citronella seed,
So
I will.
they're also attracted to bee blood too.
Yeah,
Nice.
A and B or O and B.
Yeah,
But
and
I mean, I can try
when they
the A.
bite me, they leave welts, and they just it hurts. It doesn't itch. It just hurts so bad,
Yeah,
and and the muscle around the bite it hurts like crazy. I am
yeah.
type A, so they don't bite me even though I am sugary.
They bite me, but and I swell up with a welt, but I don't get that white spot like you got.
Yeah, I get blisters.
Yeah, mine is just a big welt, and then I can put alcohol on it, and in about a day it'll go away if I don't scratch it. And I just put alcohol on it and maybe a little bit of calamine lotion, it'll go down.
See,
But
the
they,
calamine lotion doesn't work for me because it's not itching. And so, yeah, I'm struggling with what kind of treatment to use. We put, like I said, triple ointment or the anti what the
antibiotic ointment.
yes, antibiotic ointment on there tonight. So how can they sense the blood? That's what I want to know. They got some kind of mutant sensors or something, but I'm just struggling with it. But thankfully, I don't have any on my arms
Yeah.
and my back or anything like that. It's always my legs.
Well, you know what? That one that you showed us the other day, that man, I prayed for you on that one.
Yeah,
And I told Kenna,
that's the one that's lower on my left leg. And
yeah,
then there's one about 3 or 4 inches above that. Um, and then the one on my right leg, like I said, it's just below the knee. And it's, I don't know, that big around, but the muscle around it and it's swollen. So the muscle around it is really hard and hurts so bad that make you more attracted to mosquitoes. Include your blood type, body temperature, and how much ammonia you give off in your sweat.
yep,
Now that could be the diabetic.
yeah. That's the link because, yeah,
Yeah, that could be the diabetic, the
yeah,
ammonia, because you're really acidic.
yeah,
That's why I try my best not to have any acidic foods if I can stay away from it. Like today, there's a vendor that hangs out on the corner across from my shop, and he has Mexican drinks, and
yeah.
they'll make you a mix and all of that. Well, I hadn't had one in a while, so I went and got one. I got a strawberry lime, and it was so good. I don't need that stuff, but I had to have it.
Mm.
I had to have it. It is what it is.
Okay, I'm gonna go tinkle and check. I've got to check Kenna's blood pressure and go
Okay.
tinkle. I'll be right back in.
Okay. How
Maybe
many
about
people
5
we
minutes.
got in here? I can't
We've
tell.
got we've got four. We just got four.
Four. Well, hello,
Yeah.
everybody. Like, it's so good. I know. I
Okay.
love strawberry. I love it, but I don't like the eating of strawberry.
Yeah. Let me. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Jamaica flower. What's that? Now, they did have a new flavor, Humberto. It's called passion fruit, but I've never tried that, so I don't know how good it is. Hello, Alexa. What is Jamaica flower? It's better than cranberry. Ooh. I'm wondering where they get all these mixtures. I'm like, man, let me do that. Passion fruit is good. That hibiscus. What hibiscus? Is that what passion fruit is? But they have these, they're just like Mexican drinks and they're so good. I don't know where they get them, but they're really good. Bella May. Bella May. Bella. It's grown in Mexico. Okay. I didn't know. I've never had it, so I wasn't sure what kind. Now they do have that horchata or whatever it is. They have that, but I don't know what it tastes like either.
Okay, y'all, I'm back.
Okay.
The way he was laying, I couldn't wake him up.
Oh,
Yeah,
does he still have a monitor?
He's got a monitor, a permanent monitor, but because of his defibrillator and pacemaker, but he doesn't have like a blood pressure watch or anything like that. I literally have to put the arm cuff on him and check it like that. And the way he's laying right now, I cannot move him. If I wake him up, he'll be grouchy and his blood pressure will go high anyway. But his pulse feels good. He's got a good pulse, so I'm going to leave him alone. He'll be all right. So, okay, I am going to get me some jars over here.
That's a good angle on the camera. We can see what you're doing instead of being across the room looking just at you doing something on the counter. Dude, you better move. I ain't in the mood for you. No.
Oh my goodness. I bend down to get the jars. I put them way too far back. Oh my goodness. I can't even reach my jars. I had way too much to do today. And got busy doing other stuff and didn't get this done. I should have had this stuff out.
You better quit. You wanted to be all up in my space. I'll have to try it. This is Benny.
Do what?
They were asking what Benny's name was.
Oh.
All for His Kingdom was asking.
Oh.
And he wanted to be in my space, so I bring him up here so he will get tired of me. Yes, this is the menace. Look at him being all sweet. You hear about clinking and clanking? What is she doing?
Hold on 1 second.
What is she
I
doing?
had to grab some more jars because I ran out of jars.
For just 5 minutes, yeah, he'll be running through the house like a Cherokee banshee. Well, you're clanking them jars like you're trying to start a band or something.
Do what?
I said the way you were clanking them jars, it was like you were trying to start a band or something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to. I ran out of all the big jars at the front because of how much I've canned lately. So I had to grab some from the back. See, I don't know if you can tell, but back here at the back of my thing down there, I have a cabinet that I built while Kenneth was out of town to put my jars and stuff on.
Oh, okay.
I needed somewhere to store them. And that was just an empty space down there. So, but
Get your nails off of my cord, dude. I'm shocked he's been up here this long, guys.
just need to clean these jars out again because they didn't have lids on them. They were sitting in the cabinet. And I'm sorry, I'm not putting food in a jar that hasn't had a lid on it. That's gross. We'll be having dust in our food, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't care how clean your house is. Every once in a while, a bug will come in your house. You know?
Yeah.
I've seen $1 million homes with bugs.
I get flies. Oh, and then there's a trail of ants that comes in that front kitchen window. So then I have to spray peppermint all over the place so they'll go away. 'Cause I worry about spraying bug spray in the house with these animals.
Had to get my pressure canner down. Okay. Lord have mercy, lead better. Goodness. Set this out of the way.
Yeah, they come in the window. Drives me nuts. You know, usually in the spring. Are you done now?
Goodness gracious.
Are you done now?
Okay, you guys. I am ready to rock and roll. Okay. Okay, you guys.
Commercial vinegar on weeds.
I am going to show y'all. Hold on a minute. That is Can you? There is the beans and the ham bone and all that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I am going to fill up my jars now. Okay. And you want about a 1-inch headspace, or I mean a 1/2 inch headspace in your jars. Okay.
So why are you putting this in jars? Are you not going to eat it?
Oh no, we're gonna eat it. I do not want to rely on freezer space because we lose power so much. Um, when I cook stuff like this to preserve, I can it. We're gonna eat some of it now, but this is to put up for, like when we don't have power and you don't really want to cook a whole lot.
How do you warm it up if you don't have power?
I have wood outside, and I make a wood fire and heat it up with that. But
Okay.
if you don't have power around here, the last thing you want to do is be, trying to cook big meals. So this just makes it easier, putting up a couple jars of something that's already got a little bit of meat in it, that'll give you some good substance,
Right.
Because, it's got ham in it.
Are you sure you aren't in Puerto Rico? In Puerto Rico, we lose power a lot.
No, I grew up losing power a lot, so I learned, and I'm in Hurricane Alley, so you best be putting your food up and not depending on having power. Because even if you have a gas stove, this is just a reality. Even if you have a gas stove, if you're sitting there and you're using your gas, cooking and all that on the inside, if it's the summertime, it's going to get hot.
Yeah.
You don't have AC. So you're going to want to cook outside anyway.
Right.
So you may as well light a fire outside and warm up stuff like this. Plus, you're going to be using your gas for your stuff outside to start canning all your meats out of your freezer so it doesn't go bad.
Right.
Because I switched my propane over to a double burner stove outside and start pressure canning my meats that I do have in the freezer. I start doing that the minute I know that I don't have power for a few days.
Why wouldn't you have power for a few days?
If we lose power here, it's the likelihood you won't have it for a few days most of the time.
I don't know. I never understood, like in my house, I have, Humberto, I have a gas stove, but that's the only thing gas is needed for, other than the furnace, which I don't use that anymore because it broke. And to replace it is thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Carolina, do you sell those jars with food?
No, I haven't really sold any. I give them away to people in the community a lot of times.
Is it possible to sell those jars with food in it?
Yeah, it is. It is.
How would you ship that though?
You'd have to. you'd have to go through a lot to be able to do that. You'd have to get your food inspected by the FDA and all kinds of stuff. So
I
that's
don't
why
think that there's a lot of people that sell food via the mail. I don't think you have to go through all that.
well, you may not have to. I haven't really checked into it, to be honest with you.
Well, it's
I
something
just
to think
would.
about. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
you could put together, like, what is that one place and tons of bubble wrap.
Yeah.
um, and like, what is it that some of these places, they put together meals and then
Like
you
Meals on
join the
Wheels.
club and you join the club. You know what I mean? Your
Oh
customers
yeah.
join the club
Yeah.
and they get like a shipment once a week or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay, I've got 6 jars. You can get me some
Yeah,
vinegar.
those jars would be really heavy to ship.
Yeah.
That would
Yeah.
cost a lot of money. That would almost not be worth it. But then on the other hand, I don't make ham and beans. That would totally be worth it to me.
Yeah. Okay. You guys, just so you know, before you put your lids on your jars, make sure you take a cloth, put some vinegar on it, and clean the tops of your jars. Okay.
Okay.
That way, there's nothing on your jars, and it'll seal really good. Okay. You just put your lids on. 3, 4.
Normally they allow you to sell on local markets. Yeah. But I'm just thinking, look at all the food that she comes in in my lives and says that she made this, this, and this, and this, and making all of us hungry. Why doesn't she just make enough and we all pay her a fee and send that stuff to us? So we at least get to have some.
Well, let me tell you something that happened to Jenny. All for His
What?
Kingdom. I sent All for His Kingdom a package about a year ago. And she didn't get the package till about 2 months later. And it was all busted up. And all of the food except for a couple of jars of the jam was busted up. And they left her a note saying they were sorry. And I had that package with insurance on it, and they never honored it. They never honored it.
I wish I knew how to make jams and jellies.
Well, I'm going to be making some probably Wednesday. I'm going to make some peach jam.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're supposed to make that for Jamie.
Yeah. No.
I thought it was for Jamie.
Well, no, it actually was for Anna.
Oh.
Just said I was making it for Anna and Judy, my friend in Wisconsin. She just said she wanted some of it. You know?
So how did you ship it? Who did you use?
I used the United States Post Office.
Oh, well, I'd go to like FedEx or UPS.
Yeah, I would.
It cost you a little bit more, but the problem with UPS is your stuff usually gets stuck in Louisiana for 6 months.
Yeah.
But with FedEx, and I'm just exaggerating, but and then
I know what
with
you mean.
FedEx, you can usually get it in shards of glass. That's sad.
Okay, look, you want to make sure your jars are fingertip tight. Don't wrench it. Just put it on there fingertip tight. Okay?
Okay.
Now, before I put these jars in here, I'm going to put 2 quarts or a gallon of water in this pressure cooker, and I'm going to let it get hot, okay? Because these jars are hot, and if you put hot jars in cold water, you're going to end up with busted jars. Okay, so we're going to heat up this water first.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you using can pressure cooker, or are you using just a pot, double broiler, or
Use
whatever?
the pressure cooker.
Okay.
I'm going to show you the pressure cooker in a second. I'm going to bring it. I'm going to bring this to the pressure cooker, okay?
Okay.
So you can see. Can you see it? Shucks, hold on. Can you see that?
Yeah, I think
This is
so.
the pressure cooker.
Okay.
I've got my little, got your little rack in the bottom. Put your rack in the bottom of it.
Why don't you make yourself bigger on this screen?
Oh, I can.
Make yourself bigger and make me little. They don't need to see
Okay.
me anyway.
Hold on a minute. Let me.
That way we can see better. I can't see in that little square.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. This, you put, I use 1 gallon of water because I've got 6 jars. So I put
Okay.
a gallon of water in here, and I'm going to turn my heat on, which I'm probably going to have to. It automatically came on. My goodness. Okay. I'm going to turn it on high, and I'm going to put the lid on just loosely. Okay. For right now. Oh, good gosh. Oh, my goodness. This thing was right in my face. Okay. I'm going to let my jars. Y'all, I had that thing right in my face. Okay. I'm going to move my jars over here. And I'm going to get to making that bean, that other bean dip. Okay.
Okay.
The real yummy bean dip. But first, I have to save some of this because Kenneth's going to want some tomorrow.
See, bean dip. You should put that in the smaller jars and sell that, or even in the plastic ones.
Yeah, that is a quick seller here if you were to sell it. Because everybody wants bean dip.
I didn't hear you.
I said everybody wants this bean dip.
Well, I'd like to try it, and I'm not a big salsa fan.
With this, you don't have to have a lot of. Okay. Now, we got 6 quarts that we're going to pressure can. We got 1 quart for a dinner or a supper. And we got enough to make our bean dip. So, I'm getting ready to get this juice out of it. Because you got to strain the juice off of it. But we want to save the juice. So, where did my other little, here it is. We want to save the juice. So, okay. And the reason why we want to save the juice is because the juice tastes so good. We just can't help ourselves. Okay. Now that's full juice, or the juice is running out of that. I'm going to clean this pan real good because I told y'all I hate dirty dishes. Dirty dishes ain't no friend of mine. friend of mine. So, okay. Got that clean. See? And I like this pan. It's by Aroma. This roaster. Y'all, it cleans up so easy. You
Look
see
over
that?
here. Look over here. Show it over here. There you go.
Yeah, it cleans up so easy. Look at that. And
I
I didn't
need
have to
pans
fight
like
or
that.
anything.
I need pans like that.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't need any
Yep.
pans at all. I don't cook.
Well, look, if you did want to cook you, let's say you wanted some roasted chicken.
Have a good night, Humberto. Get some rest.
Good night, Humberto. You can literally put that chicken in there and not even just put some pepper on it and whatever kind of seasoning you wanted. And it'll cook and it'll be so tender and juicy. Ooh, girl. I'm telling you, it'll be
What
so
do you
good.
got in there? Ham
Yeah, a little bit of ham.
in your strainer?
It's the beans.
Oh, I thought it was the ham.
Well, I tried to take most of the ham out of it.
Making me hungry, people.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to save that juice. So.
You gonna make cornbread?
I want some of the juice.
Are you gonna make cornbread with that?
What he has is made tomorrow. Yeah, I am. How did you know?
That's not fair, Humberto. I would flip you off right now if I could. And they are not.
Okay. Okay, y'all. I will use my blender with this because my hand is hurting. My right hand is actually really, really hurting right now, the arthritis. I don't know if you can see or not, but my fingers are swelling. See that? And my palm right here is swelling. So I'm going to use my Pulsar blender thing. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and throw my garlic in this. I'm putting about 2 tablespoons. Okay.
It's a dollop.
Huh?
A dollop.
Yeah, dollop. Oh, it's not even showing it. It's still showing me. Nobody want to look at me. Y'all want to look at food.
Flip it.
Okay,
Flip it good.
The rest of that cilantro, which is about, I'd say, a tablespoon of cilantro chopped finely. And I want to get the cilantro juice out of this. So guess what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to put a little bit of this bean juice in here. And I'm going to shake it up in the bag. And I'm going to add a little bit of bean juice back to it. Okay? To get the cilantro out of it. Now, I'm going to add those onions that I was telling y'all about earlier in the bean dip. Remember I said I wanted to save the tops
Right.
of the green onions? That's what I'm putting it in. Okay? And I am using a 6 pepper blend that's got like green peppers and things like that. And I'm using a little bit of salt-free Supreme seasoning I got from Dollar Tree. This stuff tastes really, really yummy. So I'm putting about a teaspoon of that in it. And let's see what else. Oh, coconut aminos. We're gonna put just maybe an eighth of a teaspoon or so.
Or
in there.
so. Or so.
Exactly. Or so.
Just a dash. You just need a dash.
We're gonna put a little bit of olive oil. I would use avocado oil, but I'm out of it. Okay, like a half a teaspoon.
Okay.
And where's my sriracha? Where's my sriracha sauce? No, that's nutmeg. I don't need nutmeg. I need. Hold on. Let's see here. Aha, sriracha. Okay, y'all, look at that. Sriracha. You see that? Sriracha.
What is that?
Sriracha seasoning. We're just going to sprinkle just a little tiny bit. Or so.
Just a little tiny bit as you do it 3 or 4 more times?
Yeah. Just a little bit. Okay.
Make up my mind for me.
Yeah. This is my buddy. This little thing right here, the El Cheapy one called Bella in Walmart. Kenneth got this for me a couple of years ago. I'd say about 12 years ago. When they do their Black Friday garbage after Thanksgiving, he went during the week and got this for me. Probably, well, it's not 13 years ago. 2 or 3 years into our marriage, he got this for me. So it's maybe 11 or 12 years old. And this thing works so good. See that blade on it?
Yeah.
It chops everything up. Watch the magic, baby.
So you're making a bean dip out of this?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Looks lucky.
Y'all, I'm talking about creamy like butter, baby. Look at that. Yum, yum, yum. Look at that. Mmm.
Oh my goodness.
That looks so good.
Now, what do you use that for? You say it's bean dip. What do you use that for?
I use it to dip chips in, and I put it in wraps. Like instead of using it just like hummus, I use that. Yeah, it tastes good, especially on a piece of grilled chicken in a wrap with a little bit of lettuce shredded up. Yeah.
Oh.
And a little bit of cheese. Girl. That's some good stuff. Okay. Now let me get a bowl to put it in. And I will show you. Okay. Yes, I use my big old knife for everything. Because it cleans the sides of stuff off really good. As long as you don't have your finger in the way. You don't want to cut your finger off.
I thought you were canning that.
No, you don't can. I'm not canning this.
Oh,
No, I'm not canning this. You can can this. But you want me to can a jar of it?
no, I didn't know that. I didn't know what you were doing. You were putting it in a bowl. I thought you were going to can it.
Well, I
But
can can a jar of it.
no, it's no big deal. It's probably, I mean, I can't see it being any different than the others that you're getting ready to put in. But I didn't know you were saving that out.
Oh no, honey, this will be gone by the weekend.
Oh, okay. But it's got a lot of protein in it because it's got the beans.
Yeah.
Is
Yep.
it really thick?
Let me get a potato chip and show you.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Way better than the Frito-Lay bean dip.
I haven't had that in years and years and years.
And I didn't put any salt in it.
Yeah, I don't like salt in everything. Yummy.
It tastes
You
really
need
good.
to start selling bean dips. Me and Alexa would like bean dip.
Let me tell you something. That stuff right there is on time, baby. Oh, it's good. Remember I told y'all about them lids? Look at this.
About the what?
Them lids out of Walmart.
Uh-huh.
There you go. You put it in the refrigerator. Put your dip in the refrigerator.
Oh man, I think you got a fire underneath that pot.
It's okay.
Oh, was that a gas stove?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a gas stove.
Okay, now we need to figure out this dip, Alexa.
Okay.
I'm just volunteering you for stuff.
Oh, it's all right. Watch this. Take your jar lifter. Hold on. Take your jar lifter and put your jars in there.
Raise your camera a little bit. I can't see very well. There you go.
Can you see it now?
Yep.
Here's the lid, the jars. You put them in there.
And how many can you put in that pot?
7.
7? Dang, that's a big pot.
Yeah. And you can put, if you double stack it, you can put 14 pints in it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes. That's it. That's it. We need to go and find Debbie a bunch of cans that, not jars. You don't even have to be jars. You can find little tin cans to put your dip in and you send it to us. We got to try this dip. I'm like, my mouth is watering. I'm surprised I'm not slobbering. I'm glad you made me small.
You put the lid on, all right, and you turn your gas back up to high. And
you got a pressure thingy on top?
Not yet. You don't put it on yet. This steam has to come out of this hole for 10 minutes even. So I'm going to set my timer for 10 minutes. And then you put this little device right here, this weight, where that steam's coming out. Put it on the top of it.
In 10 minutes?
In 10 minutes. After this steam has been coming out continuously, in 10 minutes, you're going to put the weight on it.
Okay.
you're going to watch this dial come up to 10. And when it comes up to 10, you're going to want to start slowly turning your fire back to low.
Okay.
Slowly. Turn it back to low. And start your timer, all right, for 1 hour, 60 minutes. Okay? 1 hour.
So you're putting them in there for 1 hour after
Yep.
this 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Why so long?
Well, actually, no. 75 minutes. Because it's a quart, not a pint. And it contains meat. When your stuff contains meat, it needs to be an hour to 75 minutes.
Okay.
So it'll be 60 minutes. And these are already done. So it's really 60 minutes. Because the meat and the beans are already done. Okay?
I didn't realize that I thought the pressure cooker was supposed to save you time.
It does. If I wasn't using a pressure cooker, it would take me about 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. And a lot of going, and you got to have 2 fires going because you got to keep water boiled to add into the pot, you know, to keep the water up above the jars if you're water bath canning it.
Okay.
That's the good thing about having a pressure cooker. See, a lot of these people don't go and explain. They don't explain to people that there is a science behind preserving food. All they tell people is, oh, go out and spend $500 on some electric pot and all that, you know. And most of those electric pots, in my opinion, are garbage. My opinion, that's my opinion. I'm not using no electric pot. Now, I do have an Instapot, but I do not can in my Instapot. That is for meals and stuff, you know.
Right.
I will never try to can a jar in an electric pot. So now we're going to wait for the gauge to come up to 10. And then we're going to put that weight on it right there. That thingamabobber is going to go on it.
Okay.
So, you think Kenneth's going to be happy? Ooh. And he's going to have okra tomorrow, some sauteed okra, some bean soup, and some cornbread. He's going to be
I
happy.
was asking you a little while ago, are you making cornbread?
Yeah, I'm making cornbread.
Do you make it from scratch or do you make it from the box?
I make it from scratch.
How do you make cornbread from scratch?
I usually do the method where you put cornmeal, flour, a little bit of baking soda, a little bit of baking powder, a little pinch of salt, about 3 eggs, about, depending on how big of a loaf I want, about a third of a cup of milk. But I use buttermilk. I put a little bit of vinegar or lemon juice in my milk and turn it into buttermilk. And just stir that up and take me a cast iron skillet and make sure I've got some leftover bacon grease or something and grease it. And then pour my corn batter into it and bake it in the oven on 450 for about an hour.
Wow.
Sometimes I add cheese to it. Sometimes I add jalapenos. You can do anything with cornbread.
No, I want it plain. I love plain cornbread.
Oh, and I put a little bit
Huh?
I put a little bit of sugar in it or honey.
Oh my. honey.
A little bit.
Well, Kenneth is going to eat good.
Now, see, my jar's already rocking. Do you hear that rocking sound?
No,
Okay, well, it's rocking, and when it
no,
starts
I just
rocking,
see the chimney stack blowing steam.
okay, this little thing back here on the back of the pot is a little round button, and when it comes up to pressure and is released enough of the steam, that thing will pop up once you cap this off to give it pressure. The steam's coming out so fast right now, and that's already jiggling. It's wanting me to put this weight on this pot. So guess what? When I do that, this thing's going to come up. Watch. 1, 2, it's up. Okay? That little thing on the back came up.
What's it
Now
supposed to?
it comes up, and the pot starts building pressure. That little thing has cut off the air.
Okay,
Like,
so why? So the pressure needs to. That's what bonds the lid to the jar.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It sucks all the air out of that food. Now, remember, I told you, you got to watch this and slowly turn this down. So I'm taking it from high, and I'm slowly backing it down. Okay?
How do you know you're not going too far?
I just watched it, just watch my hand. And I
No, I
count.
mean, what's the pressure supposed? What's the pressure? What is the top number the pressure should be?
The top number on this should not reach past 10 to 11 pounds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now I've got my canner set to 3, the number 3. And when it reaches 10, I'm going to turn it down to slowly.
Okay, so that's what it is. Is so you have to make sure you're watching it, and it doesn't. When it gets to 10, you turn it down.
That's right. That's right. Correct the mundo, darling.
Okay, I get it now. I didn't understand.
We're going to go right back here to the living room because my leg is tired. So we're going to go back over here. And I have to plug my computer back in. So do that. Okay. Yeah, that's par for the course, man.
Are you going to be able to safely sit down, or is that thing going to be okay?
Oh no, girl, I can see that thing very, very clearly right here, and I turn my head every couple minutes to look at it. But it's for me, the sound really helps me because I can
Okay. Okay.
I listen. That's why I like to do it, especially at night. Not just because it's cooler temperatures, but because there's no ruckus and buckus around, you know?
I feel you, Alexa. I feel you. My stomach is like growling now. Like,
Okay, I'm going to take me off full screen and I'm going to mute myself or turn my camera off and let this thing take a break because it is hot. When I moved it, it's hot to the touch.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn it off for a few minutes.
Now you got to look at my ugly mug.
Your face ain't ugly. You're beautiful.
How about that?
There you go, baby. You do what you do.
I match. I match now.
Do what them young people say. You do you, boo.
You do you, boo.
Jenny is hanging in there. She's still with us. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
really?
Yeah.
I thought she left.
Well, she was here at 2:31. Wow. I'm telling you, you don't know. This tickles me that y'all stayed here with me.
This what?
It has tickled me that you guys have stayed here with me. I really appreciate it. Alexa, Jenny, you, everybody that came, you
Well,
know.
heck, I'm not having to run the live. I'm good now.
Well,
And you ain't got a bunch of stinking trolls.
Jenny, thank you. That means a lot to me, baby.
I mean, you saw that live I had last night. Oh my goodness.
You know what? That right there, I had to keep my mouth shut because that was I
That was
don't
insanity.
yeah. Yeah, and that other stuff that we talked about, yeah, I don't even know what to think about that.
Yeah, I think I do. I think I figured it out.
I'm
But
leaving
you
that.
know, in every situation, like I was talking to Carlos on the phone today, of course, in a totally different subject.
Yeah,
And he says, Grandma, he says, you know, when you say something that it's a controversial topic and you say something about it, or
hmm,
you have to make a change, you always know there's a risk
yep,
because somebody's true colors are going to come out.
yep. That's right. That's right. You're exactly right. But you know what? Here's the way I look at it. If you if you go on, just like I made a point to say, I got questioned about, you know, my banner I have up here, and
Yeah.
all that's gonna make people not want to come. And if that's gonna offend them, then they don't need to be here anyway.
What's the banner say again?
Use of foul language or vulgar comments will not be
Oh,
tolerated.
that's right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And see, I got a truck driver mouth, but I'm
See,
not on my own live. So I'm doing my best to control my mouth.
and you know what? If you were to let something slip, it's not like I'm gonna get all bent out of shape about it.
Oh, well, I probably would. I'd be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, but it's just like whenever Alexa was putting everything in cap. I respectfully asked her, and she stopped. She slipped up again, and I said something, and she was
I'm
being
with you. Looky there. Come on, pass that beautiful bean dip around. I'm hungry. I'm telling you.
Jenny. If
She's
I could,
she's a hoarder of food, and that's not fair. She rubs it in my face in my lives now.
baby, if I had a slingshot, I'd sling you all the bean dip you wanted, baby. Because I share with the neighbors. I I share.
No, we got to figure out how to. You can make money with that, Debbie.
I guess I'm afraid. You know why I don't do it for money? Because I feel like, you know, sharing my food with people that's
Well,
for my.
I understand that, but you can't feed all of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
I
just
know.
not something you can do.
I know.
It should not, and nobody should expect that.
Right.
I would totally say, okay, Debbie, send me 2 or 3 of those meals and I'll put them in the microwave and warm them up and have me some good meals. And don't send me no pickles though. And I would, I would totally pay for that. I would pay for that plus the shipping
Well, you know what?
because I don't cook.
The when I used to sell plates, whenever I was younger, I would, like take a weekend or something out of a month every once in a while when I could afford. I would save up my money and I would go and get a whole bunch of stuff and sell plates to people on base. And I did good, but I always had that fear of somebody, fussing about something or complaining or whatever, you know.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're always gonna have everywhere you go.
Yeah,
But that's like, okay, so like Humberto said he uses peppermint soap. That is totally intriguing to me. I would love to be able to just know glass. That's why me and Alexa were talking about a tin can. I
yeah,
mean, wouldn't that be safer, don't you think? So
no,
anyway, I,
no,
that intrigues me about the soap because I would love to sell things like that on my merch store.
yeah. See, I have to put food in glass. I can't use metal to put food in because you have to be in a factory to do that. You
Well,
know,
no, not necessarily. You can buy those 10 jars.
there's not any that I know of that's approved for pressure canning. That store bought, like from
Oh,
the
no, no, you wouldn't be able to pressure it.
right. So in order
Is
for me
that
to,
the only way that you could preserve it to ship it?
yeah, is the pressure.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay, so then the only other option is to go down to the little jars
yeah,
and sell it that way.
yeah,
So, like, send a small jar, like the tiny, the not the tiny, but the ones that just bigger than a baby food jar.
yeah.
You
The
send
half
that
jar.
of something, and that's a perfect size meal right there.
Yeah, that's what I do my jams and jellies in, is the half pint jars, and there's also the jars that are the size of baby food jars.
Oh, there
And
is.
I have
Are they
done
mason jars?
the little small jars that's like baby food jars. Yeah,
Yeah. Are
yeah,
they mason jars?
yeah, yeah,
Really?
yeah. They're mason jars. You can go in
Oh, I had
Walmart and buy 'em.
no idea. I had no
Yeah,
idea they made them that small.
they do. You can go in Walmart and buy them. They're
Really?
about 2 inches, not even an inch and a half, 2 inches tall.
Seriously?
I kid you not. You want me to show you
Whoa.
one? Hold on a minute. I'll go get one and show it to you. Hold on.
Okay. While her camera's off.
Okay. This is plum jam. Okay. There's a pint jar, and
Okay.
there are the tiny jars.
Okay. I know. Okay. So I did know about the tiny jars. I just didn't realize they were that small.
Yeah. See, it's half the size.
Okay.
So, and this is plum. And this stuff is so good. It makes the best barbecue sauce. Oh my goodness. You don't have to use sugar.
What
You
do
put
you use?
you you use this plum jam and literal tomato paste.
Now, looky what All for His Kingdom just said. The styrofoam boxes would work if you froze it and put freezer packs in the boxes. I didn't even think about that. And I used to work at FedEx, and some of their uh, the shipments come like that. The styrofoam is inside the styrofoam is like a metal cooling pack or something. Not metal, foil. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Now see, I would be afraid of it not getting to somebody like what happened to you, Jenny?
You would just have to pack it different, and you'd have to make sure it was marked fragile, and you'd probably have to go through some links. I'd help you try to figure it out if you did it.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to send people food. I'm just not keen on paying, somebody having to pay me for it.
Well, but that's the only right thing to do, because that's not cheap.
Well,
So it's the right thing to do. You see what I'm saying? That's not fair for me or Alexa to say, "Oh, we want some bean dip. You need to send it to us."
mhm.
So you're going to have to get past that. You'd have to overnight it as well. Yeah, and in some cases, you'd probably have to overnight it. Those freezer packs that we did had 48-hour shipping
Yeah,
and no more. It had to be delivered in 48 hours.
yeah,
And I would assume that most food, but if you've got it pressurized, like you're doing with the jars,
yeah.
the only thing you'd really have to be concerned about is packing it so that it's safe in shipping.
Okay, you guys, if you're doing pressure canning, for anybody that's watching this video later, frequently check your jars. Turn your butt around and look at it and make sure your pressure's coming up. My pressure is right now at about 7 pounds of pressure. Okay, so it's taking about 15 minutes for it to get up to 15 pounds, right, y'all? Or 7 pounds in about 15 minutes. So it should be up to 10 to 11 pounds of pressure within the next 7 minutes. Okay? So my family members gets medication that way, and it needs to go straight to the that freezer.
That's how my daughter's medication came.
How expensive it would be to ship.
I don't know. That's why I said, if nothing else, we can do some research. I don't mind helping you out with that, because what you would have to do is, like, I'm in the middle of the country. Okay. So you would have to study what it would take to package that. Obviously, you'd have to know, and I don't know if you have like a scale or something there where you would have to weigh it. And then you would have to take it to, and it would just be a little bit of driving around for a day, but you would just take it to FedEx and say, "I'm just curious how much it would cost to send this to this particular point," and then find out how much. So say Alexa, she lives in California. So then you would go, how much would it cost to send it to California, and how much for the quickest way?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you would just have to do a little bit of exploration. But I think your biggest challenge is going to be packaging.
Yeah.
And the only reason I say that, I watch another channel, but she's not a homesteading, she's a sheep farmer. And what she does is she uses regular people like you and I, know, that like you might make candles or something like that. And that's what she did. She found a lady who made candles. She found a lady who made mugs, little ceramic mugs.
Yeah.
And so then she has those shipped to her. And then she starts figuring out a way to package them. They ship wine with custom styrofoam tubes. Yes. There's all kinds of things that you can do. All you have to do is just kind of explore your options.
Yeah.
And I don't see that you would have a lot of upfront costs. I don't think there would be a lot of upfront costs, but I think it would be you're canning it, you're pressurizing it. I think it would definitely be worth your time. But don't ever, ever, ever expect to just, I mean, you're just feeding any Tom, Dick, and Harry out there
Yeah.
on your dime. No, that's not right. If I tell you to send me bean dip, I should be prepared to make sure that I am paying you.
I understand what you're saying.
So get over that. But
Okay, well,
I don't mind helping you research it at least.
I just started my timer for an hour. My pressure was up to 11. So
So why did you start it for an hour?
because my temperature was where it needed to be. My pressure is at 11, and I was able to turn my burner down to low, and it'll go back to 10, and it'll stay at 10 for 1 hour.
Okay.
You know,
Did you turn it down? You turn the burner down to low right away, not just dropping it a little bit?
no, I already did that, dropping it down low, but I had it at 2 to get it to 11, and dropping it from 2 to low is going to set it at 10 steady.
So you won't have to drop it anymore.
No, not unless it starts the temperature tries to rise a little bit, which does happen. And sometimes you just have to ease the pot off of the burner. Just ease it off of it, or turn your fire off, and
Okay.
let it come back down to 10, and then turn your burner back on.
Okay. It's confusing. Just saying it's confusing.
I understand. That's why I'm saying if you can't pay attention and you're not patient, you don't need to do it.
That's why I don't do it.
Hey, I understand.
But I was never taught to either. I never taught how to do all that. My mom don't do that. My grandma doesn't do that. My grandmother used to make jellies and jams, but I mean, I don't remember her ever pressure canning it or whatever.
Yeah, my mom didn't can stuff, but my grandmother and my aunt did. So
Because my grandma would sell them to all of her friends at the treasurer's office. That's where she
yeah,
worked. And
yeah,
then her boss, one of the treasurers who was elected, told her she could sell them she could put them on the counter with a little sign
yeah.
and sell them individually there.
That's sweet.
Yeah, but that was the only treasurer that would let her do it. But I think it's because that lady really enjoyed them,
Yeah,
you know. And I think that's really what I enjoyed them, and of course I was the granddaughter, but
yeah,
I enjoyed them. But she didn't do it much after I had kids,
yeah,
and which is sucks because that's something I wish I could know how to do.
yeah,
If I knew anything, I wish I would know how, or even how to make soap that
yeah,
was worth a darn, because I don't honestly know. I mean, I tried to make them and they turned out okay, but they just didn't smell good. They didn't smell good for long.
yeah,
And I didn't really make them. What I did was I melted that stuff in the microwave the way that it said. Melt and pour
yeah,
is what it's called.
yeah,
She makes her own laundry detergent too. Now that would ship easy. Definitely. That would totally ship easy.
yeah, yep.
That I would go for that. I would definitely pay for that.
Now I'm going to tell you, it's very well. You can use now. I like to make my own bar soap, But I do have bar soap that I purchase. I purchase Fells Naphtha and Zote soap. And those are wonderful to clean your clothes in.
What is
And
it called?
Fells Naphtha and Zote soap. They sell it in Walmart. And that stuff works so good on clothes. And I've made Jeannie, I dropped that link in there for you if you wanted to come up. It's only me and Grandma and you in here. There's nobody else. So if you want to come up with us, you can. Jeannie is good about staying in the chat to keep the other people entertained. Here, she can entertain us too. Hey, baby doll. There you go, my lovely.
Hi, Grandma. Nice to meet you.
Let Grandma see you. Turn that camera on. Turn that camera on. Look,
Hi.
that's that pretty girl. Hey, baby.
Can we hear her?
I'm
Yes.
so proud of you.
Well, now, Jenny is from Maryland. Okay?
Okay.
You want me to tell her where you live at in Maryland?
I'm in Wichita, Kansas.
She's in Lutherville, Maryland.
Victorville.
Lutherville.
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 I never heard of it.
No.
It must be a small town off a major highway or something.
It's near Baltimore.
It's northern Baltimore County.
Northern
Yeah.
Baltimore.
It's towards about 20 minutes from the Pennsylvania.
Okay.
It's close to Pennsylvania. She's near all them Amish people.
Oh, that would be cool.
I know.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
I don't get to. We're not around our Amish people. They're not Amish. They're Mennonite, but
Yeah.
we're not near them. We're an hour away from them.
I'm gonna tell you what. This is no joke. I was driving from Michigan, and I took the Ohio Turnpike all the way over, and came down. 95 is what I got on, and I went through Pennsylvania. Oh, Lord of mercy. I almost hit somebody on a buggy on the interstate. I almost had a cow. I peed on. Yeah, well, I'm on the live. Look. It
It's all right.
pretty. I was scared to death. My brakes locked up here.
Oh, that would have scared me.
I said I never knew that people were on a horse and buggy on the interstate. I'd have never thought it. I come around that curve. And I was like,
That'll wake you up. That kind of stuff will wake you up.
yeah, it scared the bejeepers out of me. Oh my goodness. Now, how does it say there's one person in here? It says there's one person in the room. Ain't that crazy?
Well, that doesn't mean that.
I still have the room open, but I have it muted so that it's not echoing from StreamYard to YouTube.
Oh,
So
okay.
Probably
And
muted.
I don't have the room open because my phone leaves YouTube in order to.
Okay. Oh, okay. I get it now.
Yeah, and I was watching
it.
chat for you.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I said, she ain't got to watch chat no more for me. Ain't nobody here but us anyway. It don't matter. That's okay.
That's all right. That's all
And
right.
like
We
I
can live
told
with it.
Jenny, I didn't start this channel to make
Why?
money or anything. I started this channel for my family.
For your what?
For my family. For my kids and my grandkids. Because of Kenneth. That's why I started it.
Okay.
You know. So if YouTube monetizes me at some point, if I get some, I know whatever. I don't believe I'm gonna blow up or something one day or whatever. I don't want to get no big head and be worrying about clicks and views and all that mess. But
I
if
didn't
YouTube,
think so either.
yeah, if YouTube sends me a check one day, okay, I'm good with that. You can send me some money.
Well, I'll tell you what, all those super chats I got, I usually get about $70 a month, and I only get a paycheck every 2 months.
Yeah,
And the reason why is because YouTube has a threshold of
yeah,
$100. So if I don't make that $100 in a month, it won't send it to me. It'll just roll over to the next month.
yeah,
And so I only see money about every 2 months.
yeah.
Um, and all those super chats, I'm going to get one this month.
Hmm.
So it just depends on what's going on. You just never know.
That's right. Well, I'm not. I'm not. I'm saying I wouldn't be like, oh no, you know what I mean. But
Right.
if they
Well,
say,
I'll tell you, when it comes to making videos, you are devoting a lot of time. Now it's almost like a full-time job.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's not as bad as it used to be. If I wasn't making videos, I couldn't get any traction. The minute I missed a day, I was in trouble. I was going to have to fight to get back on the train again, because the
yeah,
algorithm, when you're not posting every single day as a new channel, the algorithm will it's almost like it knocks you out of there.
yeah,
So you have to, in the beginning, until YouTube has got you completely figured out and your audience, which is what takes so long. Your audience changes every day.
yeah,
Until it figures all of that out, you're locked. If you want success of any kind, you're locked in. I
yeah,
mean, you have to bust it out every day. It's not, but you've already got a part where you can like go live, so that's going to compensate
yeah,
for making videos every day. And I'll tell you what, the particular niche that you've chosen, there's a lot to talk about there, even down to gardening, cooking, canning, jellies, soaps, candles. I mean, it's just endless possibilities.
She's
Listen,
taught me so much stuff.
this
Just
is crazy.
stupid little things she's taught me
Yeah,
that I'm just like,
definitely.
you know, just little things like, Jenny, do you know how to wash your fruit properly? And I'm like, I've always just used tap water.
Yeah, that's all I ever did.
And she's like, no, if you want to get all those nasties off of your fruit and all the pesticides and waxes and so forth that they put on it, you add a little bit of vinegar and a little bit of baking soda in that water. And you definitely see the fizzy, chemical reaction, and just let them soak. I let them soak for maybe 5 minutes and move them around, and rinse them off with clean water. And then I dry them. I actually dry them instead of putting them away wet. If they're blueberries or anything, I'll put them in a paper towel. And it's almost like they're buffed like an apple.
Yeah,
Definitely.
After
See, and
I mean,
that stuff I wouldn't have known. I would not have known that.
yeah, something as
Yeah.
small as that. And I've told so many of my friends, I'm like, do you know how to clean fruit the proper way? My girlfriend in North Carolina taught me how to do it. And my brother was watching me the other day. I was like, check this out. And I had some strawberries and blueberries and got out the baking soda and the vinegar. And he's like, oh, I'm having a little chemistry, experiment.
Look,
And I said,
here's the thing. You take that water, put your fruit in through a strainer and let that water that you had it sitting in, go into a clear glass container and let them see the garbage that they would have been eating
Yeah,
had
exactly.
you not cleaned it out. That
Yeah.
See, those are the kinds of things you need to make videos about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
little things like that. I mean, down to the last
I
Oh,
would
I
have never known that. I would have never known that.
information. I mean, she's really taught a lot of us how to do and we've all kind of traded, not me as much, but like Echo. Echo will, makes things that she and Echo will talk about different recipes, and Deanna talk
Yeah.
about different recipes. I'm kind of old school where my mom made kind of just the basics, your meat and potatoes and your vegetable. She didn't do all this canning stuff and old fashioned type ways as much
This
as.
camera's overheating. I got to turn it off. You
So I
guys.
really admire what they've been open to teaching me.
Yeah. And that's why I was saying, that particular niche, your possibilities are endless. And
Yeah.
I think it was you that were saying, Debbie, that one of the channels you watch is the needy.
Needy homesteader.
Yes. Because I've watched her and her possibilities are endless.
Yeah, I mean, like there's some channels that I used to watch that I don't watch anymore because they're fussing about other channels. And I
Yeah.
can't stand to go to a channel. I don't want to hear you bad mouthing another channel. I
No.
just know that I'm
Yeah,
not
that's-
going to entertain
It's just
that
poor
garbage. I'm not going to do it. I
What's
don't
the
want
point
nobody-
of that?
No, I don't know.
Do you have a channel?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Well, you
Well-
do, but it don't have nothing on it because I'm
Yeah,
subscribed
it
to
doesn't
you.
have any content on it except for footage of a car accident that a
You
gas
should be
station.
doing your calligraphy.
I had somebody backed into me in December, and this gas station luckily caught the footage on their security cameras. And to be able to get it to the insurance company, they told me to download it to YouTube. So that's really the only thing that's
Look,
on there is that
Manny,
accident. Yes, ma'am.
listen, you do calligraphy. You have
Yes.
beautiful handwriting. You can get you those coloring books. Download you got that? Don't you have that printer?
No.
Still, well, get a printer, get you some paper, and download you some of that artwork like Detail Grandma's got.
Right.
And do you some calligraphy stuff and put it on your channel.
Well, I still have the printer, but it's not. I don't have the software hooked to this laptop, and I'd have to get new. It hasn't been used in a while, so I don't know.
Well, just
But yeah, I keep it in the back of my mind.
yeah. But
That's
I'm
possible.
saying nobody else does calligraphy work on YouTube that I've seen.
Right.
That's something that I would love to watch. I love watching, people do artwork and stuff. And
It's
craft.
impressive. It is impressive.
There's people that do that on TikTok that'll just sit there
Yeah,
and
but
draw somebody's name. I'm like,
You're on YouTube, so do it on
Yeah.
YouTube. I'm
but I've
encouraging
seen it
you.
on TikTok, and people are like, write my name, and I'm like what gratification?
I encourage you to do one
Right,
video,
yeah.
put up one video of you doing calligraphy work. Just one video. Just try it.
Okay. Let's see.
Just like Deanna told me. Deanna said, Debbie, one video, just try it. It won't kill you.
Right.
Now look at her. She's obsessed.
She loves it.
I mean,
She's
Deanna
got it.
stayed on.
Get over how much of a natural she went from showing a bunch of little bunny rabbits to, and don't say my name, Jenny, don't say my name, to Dun,
I'll
dun, 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 dun.
Kenneth even said it, and I'm like, don't say my name on here. I don't want people knowing my name.
Now she's a cooking machine on YouTube, and I'm like,
So tickled because my sister, I told her I had a YouTube channel, and my sister helped me get to that 50 mark.
yep.
She went around her job and she, asked people and they subscribed just because, they respect my sister and, she's got a good relationship with them. So I'm telling you, being
That's
kind.
why I went to Bonnie's. That's why I went over to Bonnie's, and I was on my phone while you were live, and I saw she was live, and I'm like, hey, Caroline is doing her third live. For the very, this is her very beginning, and she's our girl. She's over there cooking and canning. Go over there and please, just for a moment, pop in and raid her channel with some love. And like within no time, they started popping in, and I was like, "Phew!"
There you go.
And I got 6 more subscribers tonight. I
There
went
you
from
go.
72 to 78.
Yep,
So 6 more people subscribed during my live.
yep, yep. Cheryl, Camo, everybody that came over, Bob. There were at least like 8 people, 7 or 8 people, and they all kept talking. I could still hear them talk, but Bonnie was talking, and Virginia were talking about canning. It got them motivated to talk about,
Yeah.
what you're doing at least, and also to share your channel and give them a chance to go give you some love. And so I was just like, this is beautiful, this
And
is
I shared Detail Grandma's channel. I've shared Deanna's channel.
yeah,
Bonnie's. I've told everybody about the other content creators.
yeah,
And that's what I want to do a show about is my most favorite content creators one day.
yeah,
To share those, just to do a live, just to share with my subscribers what my inspirations are and the channels that I like to go to watch
yeah.
for gleaning information because it's
Yeah.
about learning from people.
It
That's
is.
What brought you to my channel in the first place?
Okay, we have a stain in the F-150, a little teeny stain. Okay, and I was fairly determined I was going to get rid of that stain, Chris. And I was looking on the internet. Well, let me tell you, that stain's still there, but the seat is clean. Okay, stain's still there, but my seat is clean, and I learned a lot. And I just loved your attitude. I loved it. I said, "Now, see, I can hang with this."
You're down to earth.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
not trying to be all showy. Me too. See, anybody down to earth, and you come on with your daughter having most mothers and daughters are not getting along like that. Now I'm sure
Yeah.
you have your moments like any mother daughter do, but to do it regularly like that is very endearing.
Yep.
And enjoyable. So that
Well, I wasn't, I don't even know what she was doing. Her and I were on video call and we were doing the coloring. And I said, you ought to come on my lives with me. We could do it on a weekend because she works on the weekend overnight. And I know it's late, I get that, but I'm like, why can't we, and she's like, Mom, I don't do cameras. And I said, you'll get comfortable with it over time.
yeah,
And you just got to be consistent with it and you'll figure it out. Look at her like last night. Last night she was chatty Cathy.
That's right. And she
You
did
know?
good last night. Y'all were a dream team. Now hold on a minute. There's 4 people in this room, and nobody has said anything in chat. Now there's 2.
So you called them out and made them leave. You can't be doing that.
I want y'all to hit the thumbs up. And subscribe before you leave.
That's right.
Tell me who you are and where you're from, or at least say boo or something.
That's right.
Say boo.
I can't tell I can't tell how many are in the room, so I don't know. I
Hey,
can't see it.
Titus. I don't know if I said your name right, but hello.
Titus. Hello, how you doing?
Oh, a Titus. Hi,
Oh, okay.
darling.
Asking about canning. There you
Oh, yeah.
go.
Yep. A Titus. Now, where are you from, dear? Planet Earth. That is a beautiful state.
Washington State.
That is a beautiful state.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't like about Washington is it always rains.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Man, it always rains. When we were on the road, I just dreaded it. Don't leave me stuck here. I will be depressed.
And every summer, the late part of summer and early fall, we put that state on our prayer list because of all the fires.
Oh,
Washington,
yeah.
Oregon, and California,
Yeah,
they are on our prayer list every year. Oh, the
definitely.
blackberry jam tastes so good. Oh God.
Are just starting to ripen. Do you make jams? Do you make jams? I really need to get in. I need to learn how to do this, Debbie.
Yeah.
Shannon,
No, I need to learn how to make jams and jellies.
oh, I'll make, look, Wednesday, I'll go ahead and I'll take down the peaches early in the morning because I've got them in the freezer.
Okay.
I'll take them down and they'll be thawed out and we can make some.
Okay.
And you know what? I'm going to tell you the easiest way for you to make jam. If you can look in your area at Goodwill or go on Craigslist, look and see if anybody's got a jelly maker, an electric jelly maker. I bought one for $70 a couple of years ago when they first were popular. And that thing has saved me so many batches of jam and jelly because I am the worst for scorching jam.
A jelly maker.
Yes.
Okay.
They got them at Walmart. They were about 70. The prices probably came down. But sometimes you can find them at Goodwill for like $15.
Huh.
Because
you can't find nothing at Goodwill here.
They get them and then don't do anything with them, you know?
Right.
They're like, oh, man, you know.
He said he makes wine and cobbler.
Now,
Ooh.
cobbler is good.
I have not had cobbler in forever. Not even kidding. I think I'm going to say 15 years at least.
Wow.
I took all my wine that I made from muscadine grape and turned it into vinegar. I sure did.
You can turn that into vinegar?
Well, I mean, yeah, I needed the vinegar. And I was being very frugal because Kenneth was out of work and I needed vinegar to preserve food. So I took my wine and I made vinegar out of it.
Huh.
Use what you have to get what you want.
Yep.
Or what you need.
What you need.
And I needed vinegar, so I made it. It took me about 3 weeks, but I made it.
That's so resourceful. Definitely. I wish I was resourceful.
Well, you are. You're just resourceful in a different way.
No, I'm not resourceful.
You are. You look. You showed everybody how to use that LA Awesome without having to spend a whole bunch of money on
Oh,
garbage
yeah.
that you need. That is resourceful.
Oh, no, not really. That is just using regular everyday stuff to my advantage. I took a lot of flack for it too.
Well, I appreciated it
Why'd they give you
because
back for it?
Do what?
Why'd they give you a hard time?
Because it's not a detailing product.
Oh,
oh, apple butter is the bomb. That is some good stuff. My husband loves it. And the first time I made it, I burned it. It was scorched and tasted like garbage. You hear me? My dog wouldn't even eat it.
Oh my.
the apple butter.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
My dog that has since went to heaven, Nemo.
Yeah.
Nemo would not eat my apple butter. He looked at me like, really? I
Because
don't
you
think so.
overcooked it. You overcooked it in the pan.
Oh yeah, honey. The
Oh, what-
smell, oh my goodness. Ugh. Scorched apple butter is the worst. It smells like rotten feet or something.
Ew.
I mean, just horrible. Not as bad as anchovies, but it's horrible. It doesn't smell as bad as anchovies taste. I'll say that. But it's pretty up there on the smell factor.
Smell a factor. I'm coloring.
Now see, look, that is pretty.
I'm coloring. I'm just filling on these millions of stars and I don't feel like I'm getting anywhere with it. That's why I said this one looks like it would annoy me. It's annoying me.
You know, that canner is rocking and rolling, y'all.
Is it really?
Yes, it is. And I'm so glad I went ahead and did it while we were live
Why?
because I was so disappointed in myself for not having done those beans earlier. That was just a bad mistake on my part.
Debbie, it's your third live.
It's what?
It's your third live, Deb. Don't be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, it's sure you're just starting. You're just getting started.
You're doing so good. You're like your whole presentation, the way you carry yourself, everything. You're like it's like the camera's not even on you. It's like you're talking to Anna and I.
Yeah, yeah, but honey, I can all year long. There is no canning season in my house. It's like I can pretty much like at least once a week, if not more. Like all during the year.
How do you have time for social media?
Because I like do it while I'm talking to y'all. When I'm talking to y'all, I'm not just sitting on my butt. I'm doing something when I'm talking to y'all.
Oh, okay.
You know?
She's doing laundry. She's taken us into her supply room and organized the entire supply room with the sitting right there. She's always she took us outside while she and Kenneth were building a hutch for the rabbits, and they were painting it and everything one time. she's a mover and a shaker. This girl does not sit down. That's why her hands are swollen and her knees are hurting right now.
My
That's
knees
good
are
though.
hurting. I've got to get about 150 pounds off of me. That's why my knees are hurting. Because I mean, I have arthritis, but weight doesn't help arthritis. Weight makes arthritis worse
Right.
because the bigger you are, the more inflamed your joints are going to be when you're overweight. And I'm not taking no diet pills or no stinking Ozempic or go get no lipo. I got my weight on me through overeating, and I'm going to get it off the natural way. By good
I
old
did.
work.
I did. I ate a lot of salmon and stuff like that.
Yeah, you get it off the old fashioned way.
Yeah.
I didn't put it on overnight, and I'm not going to lose it overnight. But I
Yeah.
am under that,
I used to weigh almost 400 pounds. When I buried Jerry, my husband, I weighed almost 370 pounds. I was wearing size 28 jeans.
well, all I know is you've done real good. And to get yourself back, in a condition where you can be doing something like detailing after having that weight on you, that's amazing. You hear me?
It is
That
amazing.
detailing it, my only problem is the hands because of the carpal tunnel and the permanent damage from that because I can't feel in these first two fingers on both hands. And then the rotator cuffs are a problem because of the truck. And then the arthritis in my knees
Yeah.
and my lower back. That one does tend to cause a lot of problems. But I just have to go slow. It's not like I can rock out a detail in a couple hours like them young kids can.
See, I can't even get on my knees anymore.
I can't get on my knees either.
I can't. I just, oh man, it's just.
I just have to bend over, and when I do, I have to stick my butt out
Oh yeah, me too. The big thing that it is.
because my back would get all up in a bunch if I don't, and I wouldn't be able to stand up. And I don't know if you've seen the videos, but I do a lot of leaning.
You do. I noticed.
I have to do that in order to maintain and get the job and balance and all of that because I can't get on my knees.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a challenge. Being heavy ruined a lot of things for me. Being in the truck hurt a lot of things, made things more difficult than they really needed to be. So it's my own fault. I got it. I mean, I know that, but what are you going to do? You can't change it.
You did something about it. That's the thing, and that's what I'm sick and tired of hearing people make excuses that because they think it's going to make somebody feel better or make themselves. If that makes themselves feel better, making excuses, that's fine. But I don't have no excuses. It is what it is.
Don't have no what?
Excuses. Like people saying, "Well, I can't lose it," and it's because of this and that, and blaming it on somebody else. Nobody forced your hand up to your elbow being your mouth wide open. Nobody does that to you but you. You know what I mean?
Yourself, yes.
I did it to me. Nobody did it to me.
It is true, but I also don't think our food is that healthy.
No, that's very more reason for us to be more cautious.
That's true.
I knew better. And I knew also too that the older you get, the less white starchy carbohydrates you need. And yet what did I do? I continued to eat it, and that's what happens. You balloon up. Your hormones go all kooky booky whenever you start going through menopause. And yeah, I wasn't concerned about that. Oh no.
Well, I was diagnosed with diabetes, and I didn't want to be on that medicine, which I'm already on now. But you know, I didn't want to be on that medicine and I fought really hard. Now, granted, the medication that I'm taking is low dose, so
Yeah.
it's not affecting much, but it's certainly helping. I just don't like the starving part of it. I have to starve for 30 minutes.
I'm gonna go check on Kenneth again. I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Okay. I'm just still coloring here.
Mhm.
I don't know, that don't look quite right.
I had friends from that come to visit once a week to that brought me coloring books and markers, and at first I was like, this is so meaningless. Just didn't get rock my boat. And I used to be very artistic, but what stopped me from pursuing any kind of art, artistry was I was too much of a perfectionist, and nothing was good enough. Nothing was good enough, really. It all just angered me because I couldn't make it the way I wanted it to look. So
Right.
I started coloring the other night, and then when you and your daughter were coloring, I started coloring, and I was just like, I just got to get over that. It doesn't have to be a Picasso.
Well, and I kind of look at it in a different way. For example, like tonight, I started feeling myself, and it's nothing that anybody did. I just started feeling myself becoming a little antsy.
Right.
And so when you look at coloring, like for my daughter, she's the one who started doing it. And what it does is it allows her to focus, which she has a hard time doing on her own.
Right.
And so when I here a little while ago, finding myself getting a little antsy, I'm like, you know what? We're just sitting here talking. I'll just go ahead and color.
Right.
If you look at it as just a calming activity
Right.
that doesn't need a reason, then you can enjoy it more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
It has helped because I've got anxiety. And
Yeah.
So I've been doing it.
And you don't have to strive for perfection. I understand that part because I used to, there in the beginning, I was like, Tori, I am just coloring outside the line. She goes, so? But in the end, when you stop and think about it from a psychological standpoint, if you show other people that you're not perfect, you know, that you make mistakes, I'm just as infallible as the next person,
Right.
you know. But yeah, I understand when you are artistic and you want to, you know, develop or create a really nice project and, you know, make it look the best, like the best thing you've ever done. And then
Yeah.
comes along your coloring and you're going, well, this seems like useless. And
Yeah.
and it does. But then I found, like, when what I just said, I started feeling antsy, and now I sit here and color, and I'm just
Right.
settling down. And naturally, I'm not forcing it,
Exactly.
if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm back.
Okay.
Hey, sweetie.
Yeah, that's true. Our food is horrible.
It is. I think that's what's caused a lot of our problems is, you know, some people are just prone. And I think they're preying on that. They know that some people are just prone to whatever they put in their mouth. You know, if they're eating sweets, it's going to get you.
Right.
You know, but what are you going to do?
Look, all I know is, you know, you can have stuff in moderation. Like, think about this. Before you got all the way back in time. And, I'm just going to say barley, all these new diseases and stuff people have, and they're, they can't have gluten, they can't have this, they can't have that. Well, none of those things existed way back when.
Nope.
It's happening for a reason.
Yeah, it's happening. We get people, they sell up at work, they sell a gluten-free bread. And then we have to go through this entire process and stop a full restaurant just to make it happen for somebody who's got some kind of a gluten allergy. It's
Well,
frustrating.
and peanut allergies. Oh my goodness. All the people that's allergic to peanuts now. You go back
Yeah,
to the beginning of time, nobody was allergic to peanuts.
yeah, it wasn't a deal. Now you gotta
Nobody had diabetes.
have warning labels on everything, even a simple restaurant menu.
It's what they've done to the food and the grain, right, Debbie, with the gluten?
Well, yeah, and the thing is, yeah, that's right. That see there, what I just said. My wife is allergic to everything now. She can't even eat watermelon or potatoes without swelling up like a balloon.
Wow.
I'm struggling with that too. I'm like allergic to everything, everything I touch. I even wearing gloves at work. I have to at both jobs, at the detailing job and my Jersey Mike's. You have to wear gloves. I will get these rashes on the back of my hand, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, one of the best things I ever did was start using dandelion in my yard, going and picking dandelion, the root and all, and using it to make dandelion tea,
Mhm.
because that will knock a lot of the toxins out of your body, and a lot of the things that I was sensitive to has since went away since I started using that dandelion.
Yeah.
What kind of issues?
A lot of swelling, my eyesight's improved, a lot of breakouts and stuff I was having that there was no reason. That I mean, I couldn't figure out what was causing it, and I believe it was all gut related, gut issues.
That's possible. Is it any good?
Well, the dandelion jelly is good, but
Jelly?
yeah, yeah, you can make jelly from dandelions. I call it dandelion honey because it's more of a honey consistency. I'll put it in my coffee and my tea and all kinds of stuff.
You put it in your coffee? Okay, so you need to send me some.
Yeah, I'll send you some.
It says amazing. Now we know why Monsanto went after the dandelions.
Oh yeah.
Just one leaf of this herb found in every garden can save your life in a minute, but only some people know how to use it. It kills up to 96% of leukemia cells in just 48 hours. Nature itself has many effective health remedies. You may not know the presence of many effective plants, but in fact, they are located right in your garden. When it comes to leukemia, many of us are the first to equip ourselves with medication, chemotherapy, poor quality of life, and overall misery. Here's all the information you need to know about the roots and leaves of a dandelion and what it can do for people battling leukemia. And then it goes on to say recent studies have shown that the dandelion root is cytotoxic against three types of leukemia cells, and it destroys up to 46% of the cells in just 48 hours. Dandelion tea affects cancer cells by breaking down within 48 hours and stimulating the growth of new healthy cells in the patient's body. And it just goes on to talk about all kinds of other good
Which is
things.
another reason why it reduces inflammation.
Yeah, it says anemia, strong bones, diabetes, prevents urinary tract infection, cleanses the liver, digestion assistance, skin care, and those are just some of the things that are listed. But it's, of course, this is in Minecraft.
Well, those are facts. Just like wild leaf lettuce. I mean,
So is it best to drink it as a tea?
Yeah, I would imagine so. That's the way I buy it in tea bags.
Yeah.
But you can just harvest it in your backyard and
that and milk thistle is like the bomb.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
take milk thistle.
Good.
Keep
I
on taking.
I take it in a vitamin form. That's one of my vitamins every day. Because when they found my diabetes, my liver was the way that it was showing on the MRI. It was like a big ball of mush.
Huh.
It was dying.
And he said, you're on the verge of liver failure if you don't do something about this. I had no idea that it was a problem. And I also had no idea that's what was making my stomach go whoop, like
Yeah.
I was pregnant.
Yeah. Yep.
But I didn't know about this tea.
Yep. Dandelion tea. So
Now, how do you make a tea out of it?
just you can buy dandelion tea bags.
Yeah, they saw it on the shelves. It's dandelion root or dandelion. I've got dandelion root and dandelion tea, but they're pretty much the same.
So what if you use it out of your yard? How do you make a tea out of it?
Dig it up and clean it real good. Peel the root a little bit. Make sure there's no dirt on it. Stick it in a pot. We'll chop it up. Stick it in a pot and boil it.
Okay. I'm interested. Just trying it out just to see.
Yeah.
And I have been known to throw a Lipton tea bag in there or some other kind of tea to give it a little bit of flavor. And a
Yeah.
little bit of lemon and a little bit of honey.
Yeah.
Because I like to make it bougie.
Now look how ridiculous that is.
Right.
That's not ridiculous.
It's
Yes, it
not
is. When you have to go around all those little stars,
a lot of work, man. See, yeah,
and it's like annoying, totally annoying.
Yeah, they got me these coloring books. One of them's landscapes, and the other one is like intricate shapes and designs or something.
Mandela. Is it like Mandela's?
Do what?
The shapes that she's talking about sounds like Mandela's.
It might be. I'm not sure what she's talking about.
It says amazing patterns. So yeah, it's they're probably what you would consider mandalas.
Okay.
So it's a pretty high level to start at,
Yeah,
But,
and I have a hard time with those patterns. They annoy me. Oh, it's so bad.
yeah, I mean, I was just like, whoa,
But I also didn't realize, because when you think about adult coloring, that's what they do. They push on to you the mandalas, which is fine. But when my daughter said you should color, I'm like, I'm not coloring those things. They're annoying. If you think that's going to
Oh,
calm me down, that's not going to calm me down. She said, no, Mom, just look on the internet.
there you go. She's got a picture up.
Yep, that's that mandala or whatever the heck that word is.
This is the other one.
That's a prettier
Oh,
one.
now that would be cool.
Yeah.
I would love to color in that one.
I did the, here was my first one. My first one that I've done.
That's
There you
so
go.
neat. Look at that. That is so neat.
Yep. You did a good
And you
job.
and you find and when you started coloring it, you didn't feel that need to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I did to a certain extent because I've got a background. I was like, the sun would be shining on this area so that these leaves would be lighter. You know what I mean? How
Right.
I'm the Bob Ross kind of,
Yeah, I can see that. And
Really
that's my problem
good.
is I want to match the colors, but you don't always have them in your set.
right. So, but towards the end, I was just like, whatever,
Yeah,
I'm not going
Titus
to make
said
it
his
childlike, but I'm not going to try to be superb, where I'm going to
right.
signature on this thing.
Titus said his wife and best friend loves the coloring books and stuff.
Oh
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, and supposedly it's the latest thing.
I'll tell you what, it's the best thing you could do if you suffer from anxiety or in my case, anxiety and PTSD. I have panic attacks usually in the middle of the night. That's probably why I stay alive or do something constantly overnight.
Right.
Even sleeping, I would wake up in a panic.
Yeah, that's what's been happening to me the past month or two.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you do for it?
I just started praying or just tried to close. I don't even want to open my eyes sometimes because I'm afraid it's going to start. So I just start praying as soon as I feel myself coming awake because it's happened so many times as soon as I've opened my eyes. And then I'll have days where I don't have any at all. It's so weird. So I don't know. I can't make any rhyme or reason out of it, but I've just been trying to um, get through it as much as I can. And so that's why these friends of mine brought these coloring books and said, try this, Jenny.
Yeah. And you want to know what's crazy is psychologists are supposed to suggest coloring to anxiety, people that have panic attacks, anxiety attacks, PTSD. Those things are, and I knew that, but
Right.
it never occurred to me. I learned it, I guess you could say, but it never occurred to me. Why are you not using it for yourself? And then, of course, the Lord says, well, your daughter's going to show you, and I'm glad. I'm glad because in those times when it's just too much or I feel like I'm not ready to deal with that,
Right.
I can start coloring and just
Yeah.
come down a little bit. We got a comment. He's a combat vet and it does really help his anxiety. It's not like the VA does more than hand out a bunch of pills anyway. Definitely.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to do a psych eval on me, and I'm like, I don't. This just started. This is not something that you know is wrong with my brain or that
Well,
I don't need to be put on some kind of heavy medications where I'm doped up. I don't. I'm not a medication kind of person
yeah,
really.
me neither.
So I was just like resisting doing this,
Yeah.
but at the same time, like it's definitely it can get control of your mind so badly that you feel like going to the emergency room at times.
Yep. You feel like you're losing all control
Yeah.
and
Like,
you have no recourse. Nothing you can do is going to make it better.
Right.
And I
So
tell you what, I even when I'm not on live, I will color. And I mean, I'm not kidding. I can on some days, like if I'm on one of my days off from Jersey Mike's and I have no details, obviously I'm going to sit around here. So then I would, like today, I had a detail. Had I not had a detail as the way that I have felt today, I'd have probably done like I did last Monday and just I colored probably 15 coloring pages.
wow.
I mean, it was just constant coloring. And then after the first 2 or 3, I decided to start recording them for the channel, which is fine. I don't mind doing that. But then I struggle with anxiety when it comes to editing. It's a no-win situation.
Yeah.
And Debbie, if you make videos, real quick before I forget to tell you again, because I was going to tell you this earlier. If you get to a point where you're making long form videos, which you really should in order to establish your algorithms for your channel,
Yeah.
you're going to have to learn how to edit those.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I'll just have to have my mess together really, really, really good, so I won't have to edit.
Good luck.
Yeah, I know. I've already tried.
It is not going to happen. I tried my best. I wrote a script. And then following the script made mistakes because I'm like, well, I just skipped one. Now what? And rather than my brain doing the common sense thing and just coming back to it on the next one, no, I had to sit there and complain about it. So then you got to figure out how to remove that from the video.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to keep it real simple because, I don't really have a lot of time to be doing editing and stuff. So I'll just have to just do the best I can do. You know what I mean?
I do, but you're going to have to, there's going to be time when you're going to have to edit. And
Yeah.
it's not that hard, and you can even do it on like your phone.
Hold on a minute. I got to check on puppies. I had to put them outside for a minute. I'll be right back.
She's such a sweetheart.
Y'all, come on. Hurry up. Come on. Come on, little puppy. Come on, that's a good boy. Baby. Good boy, good boy. Oh, baby. You need some water? Go get you some water. Having to go tinkle in the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? Come on. Go back that way. Don't move. Come on. Go back that way. Bedtime, little baby. There you go. Mama loves you. Bella, go back to bed, baby. I love you. Okay. My little stinker pots. Loudy.
So where's that pressure canning at now?
It's at, I got 10 more minutes left on it.
Not bad.
I got to
Wasted
set
that
it.
10 minutes like
10
you
more
wouldn't
minutes.
believe.
Yeah, just 10 more minutes, that's all. Ooh, Lordy.
You trying to figure out your camera?
Yeah. Trying to.
Trying to get the right angle.
Get it. Yeah. What did that cat come off of? It's kind of weird. Oh, my vinegar. Oh, my goodness. Okay, y'all. Now
Okay,
I got
what?
to make. Now I got to make a little dessert for my hubby.
A what?
A dessert.
A dessert.
A dessert.
What are you gonna make?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm trying to think. What can I make? Let us see. Oh, I know what I can do. Y'all ready to laugh at me?
When she sent me those jars of food and jelly, we thought that they were long gone. We had no idea what happened. There was no record of it. Nobody, no post office had no nothing. And I was like, Deb, it just hasn't shown up. I don't know what happened. And then all of a sudden, 2 months later or something, this white bag shows up, like this thick, really thick white bag. Not material. It was almost like plastic or something, but thick. And shows up on my front porch like it had been sitting somewhere for a long period of time. It wasn't like a new packaging or anything. And I'm like, what in the world is this? And go outside and there's all these bugs.
Oh no.
Bats and bugs are like all around it. And I'm like, what in, and all of a sudden it just registered. And I was like, oh my gosh. I bet this is the box with the food in it.
Oh my goodness. See, that's why I said I think that's going to be the biggest challenge is
Yeah.
finding a way to safely ship it.
Yeah. I mean, there were like 12 jars. She had butternut squash, soup, all kinds of stuff in there, but they weren't protected. And the post office doesn't care whether you got
Oh,
something.
they were protected.
They just
They
dropped.
were protected before I sent them.
They
They
don't care
were
about.
very protected.
Well, maybe in your state they were, but it didn't get much further than there, and they were hurling it over their shoulder. Apparently.
Yeah.
Or just throwing it around the truck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it was just, and she put a letter in there, and I was like, man, I'm putting my hand into it trying to find whole jars, and I'm just like, please don't let me get cut by this glass.
Oh, that would freak me out.
Yeah, plus all the bugs were I was like, oh gosh. I tore it open, and I was just like looking for anything that was still, and I rinsed it all off, washed it, soap and washed it, real good. But I was like, Debbie, if you ever do this again, it's
No
got to be
kidding.
styrofoam boxes where it's custom made to hold these jars.
That is so crazy.
It was crazy.
I hit the button. Okay, so it's done. It annoyed me. I'll get out.
Well, at least you finished it. It looks nice.
Pretty, pretty, pretty.
Because of all those stars. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is.
I should have left some of them white.
Okay.
There it goes. That's better.
Yep.
All right, I'll put that one in the folder. That didn't take very long. That helped me out.
Oh, Echo's back.
Yay, Echo's back.
I'll be
Three
right
berry
back.
cobbler.
I'll be right back.
Okay,
I
baby.
gotta run to the potty. The cat box is calling.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with being frugal, honey. Okay.
What dessert are you making?
I am making I don't know what you call it, pie.
I don't know what you call it, pie.
Yeah. Literally, I don't know what you call it, but I'm making it. It's going to have some strawberries in it. Yeah.
That sounds good.
I know it's going to have some strawberries in it. Okay, so we got some strawberries.
Yay, Echo woke up. We knew you were tired, sweetie, from doing all that work earlier today. I can't believe she's still alive, but she's still going strong.
She woke up. She lives.
Yep.
She lives. Echo, you need for me to drop the link for you, baby?
What? What'd you say?
I asked Anna if she wanted me to drop the link for her. Okay. I got some lemon pudding. Let's see here. Got some lemon pudding, the instant kind. We're going to throw this in here. Okay. There's some lemon pudding. Let's see here. It says I need 2 cups of cold milk. So, I'm going to get us some cold milk and throw it in here. There's our cold milk. So, throw it in there like so. Now we're going to take our handy dandy thingamawatcher emulsion blender. That's what we call it. Okay, I get to turn this off now. You hear that little ring-a-ding-ding? That means my canning session is now over, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Now, we made our little pudding. It's got to raise up. So we're going to take our little bowl we have here, and we're going to take us some of these your wafers that I got from the Dollar Tree for $1.25. And we're going to open up all these little packs, and we're going to layer the pan with it. So, here we go. See what we can do. Oh, I need some Cool Whip. Hold on, let me get the Cool Whip.
What's Echo saying?
Yep, got some Cool Whip. So we're just gonna. I need some scissors. Where's my scissors? Where'd my scissors go? We're needing scissors. Where did I put my scissors? I keep putting my scissors. Okay, well, I guess we don't need my scissors. Since I can't find them. That's terrible.
Honey, we're on the.
Do what, honey?
You got me nibbling too.
Okay. Now, the funny thing is, these are sugar wafers, but ironically, they don't taste like sugar.
Yeah.
They taste like a wafer that don't have sugar in it. Believe it or not. I'm going to line the bottom of the pan with the wafers. Okay, you guys?
Yep.
La-ti-da-ti-da-ti-da. Okay. And now I'm going to take my
Lemon.
pudding that I made and put it in there. Like so. I think I need a spoon. Okay. I'm going to spread it around. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Spread it around. And now, I'm going to take me a knife and I cut me up some strawberries to go on top of it.
Mm.
And these are frozen strawberries. Use what you got.
Yep.
Use what you got. So it's lemon flavored strawberry.
Looks like a
something or
wafer
other.
pie.
There you go. It's going to be a wafer pie.
That's what it's called here.
Okay, well, that's what we're having is a wafer pie. I don't have no recipe. I'm just mixing stuff together. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a wafer pie.
Oh yeah, that's what they call it. You're doing it the same way, but they'll do like chocolate wafers with chocolate pudding and whipped cream on top, and then they'll put chocolate chips all over the top.
Right.
Oh, God. My chocolate. Ugh. I am not a chocolate eater.
I love tapioca pudding. I do not like butterscotch, but I mean, I could see using chocolate wafers or even vanilla wafers with tapioca pudding, vanilla pudding,
Yeah.
even. And I don't know what you
Yeah.
would put on the top. I don't know what kind of, I guess you could get like butterscotch or what are those,
Banana, maybe.
the chips. Yeah, you could put bananas on it. Yeah. Oh, that would be good. But that, I mean, they do all kinds of different creative stuff with it, but that's what they call them here is wafer pie.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm going to put some wafers on the top of it, too. Yep, sure am. Put some wafers on the top.
Kind of like making a wafer s'more.
There you go. I love bread. Anything, Anna. It's part of my problem. I love bread too much.
You love what?
She said she loves bread pudding. I said I love bread anything. That's part of my problem.
Uh, do you put whipped cream on top of it or anything like that?
Without raisins. I'm not
gonna
a
put
fan of bread pudding at
whip
all.
on the top of it.
Okay.
Head burn.
I think a lot of that is because I wasn't raised eating it.
Yep.
Yeah, you need to make a video where you're making one wafer pie. And then you need to make a video where you're making,
Yeah.
you know, just individual meals. And then you need to make a video on that little mixer thingy, blender or whatever it was.
Yeah. Yeah. I do. I'm just trying to use my time right now.
Oh no,
Well,
you're
wait
good
for
there.
this.
I'm just saying that those are plenty. That's why I said earlier, and I think you missed the comment because you were busy. But you need to make a list of ideas of videos that you can make and just plan it around what you've got going on. What do you have planned for supper the next day or whatever?
Yeah, I got my list. I do have a list. That's how I got the how I decided to do the cannon and stuff. Was it's on my list. The beans was on my list, you know.
Okay.
So I do have a long list.
Yeah,
already.
I mean, yeah, I don't have the endless possibilities for a video like you do with this
Yeah.
particular niche. My niche is, and that's why I'm like, I was talking to Carlos about it today. Well, yesterday, I guess now. I told him, I said, I'm just thinking about, yummy. I'm just thinking about, you know, can I shift the direction of my channel a little bit?
Yeah.
But detailing will still be in there.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've got that made. and the pot is, the pressure's coming down off the pot a little bit at a time. So it shouldn't be that much longer before I can open the pot up.
So what all kinds of stuff do you have canned currently?
Oh, everything you could probably think of.
So if you've already got it canned, then why would you continue to make cans if you're not going to use it?
Oh, I am going to use them. They get used, I rotate them out. That's why I'm
Oh.
always canning. Oh, I use the food, trust me. It gets ate. It gets ate. Well, you saw tonight I used 2 jars of my tomatoes I put up to make my salsa.
And your garlic too.
Yeah. My garlic, I use that in my salsa and in my beans and in my bean dip. I mean, I use stuff I can every day. You know? And
Right.
you have to rotate your stuff out and use it, you know, because you don't want your food you're preserving to go bad,
Yeah,
you know.
Definitely a lot of work.
definitely. I mean, look at this. She's been at it since what, 10:30 my time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. You're at, I don't know if you realize that, but you're at almost 5.5 hours.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, to be quite honest with you. But I do it out every day.
Yeah. Plus, she's got her outdoor animals and garden.
Yeah.
Couponing. She does couponing. She's the queen of couponing and save it a buck any chance she can, which she's
Yeah.
fantastic at doing.
I think it's cool. I'm no Susie homemaker, that's for sure.
Me neither, babe.
How long do
I don't
canned
think I'm a
foods
Susie
keep
homemaker.
for? How long do canned
Do what?
How long do canned foods keep for? It's a question in chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. Some can last anywhere from a year to, I've had stuff last up to like 8 years. It just depends on what it is.
What the heck did you have that lasted 8 years?
Like
What?
peaches, strawberries, jams, stuff like that.
So what'd you do? Just go
Hold
buy
on
it
one
from
minute.
the produce section?
A lot of it we grow.
A lot of it's what?
A lot of it we grow. A lot of it we grow or we get local.
A lot of it you grow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the grapes, strawberries, and stuff like that, we grow. Some of it I do buy local. And all of my peaches, my pears, my apples, and all of those things are local. Like all of it.
Interesting.
The furthest I've gotten anything like that is from Georgia.
Is what?
Is from Georgia.
Oh,
That's the furthest I've gotten like peaches is from Georgia. But that's just because the guy here, he didn't have a good crop about 3 years ago. So everybody around here had to get their peaches from Georgia.
what'd you do? Drive down there to get them?
No, that man drove down there and got them
Oh, okay.
because he didn't want to let his customers down. And he didn't charge us any more for them.
Oh,
Than what
that's
we paid.
awesome. So
than what normal starch does.
do you do something like make fancy nuts like cashews,
Yeah,
honey cashews and things like that?
yeah, for Christmas especially.
Okay. Is there anything you can't do?
No.
Yeah, there's a plenty I can't do. I got a long list of I can'ts
Really?
right
Not
now.
much.
Yeah, that list cannot be long.
Exactly.
I will say, let me rephrase that. I've got a whole list of things I haven't done, but I don't like to use the word can't.
You don't like to use for what?
The word can't. I don't like to be told, oh, you can't do that because, like that's like somebody saying you don't have the ability to do it. As long as it's safe for you to do it, safe for you to put up, you know, you can do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you might not be a professional at it, but there's nothing you cannot
Right. Right.
Like I know that I can't jar in metal because that is not safe, nor do I have the equipment to do it, nor would I want to, because I don't like the taste of anything in metal. Okay?
do. Right.
So that's something I want to say. I know that I can't do because I don't want to. I don't even want to try. You know? That's different. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys.
The time for them to come out yet?
No, hold on a minute. I'm going to show you something. Let's see here.
What are we looking at?
Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Let me put it on full screen.
Okay,
Hold on.
girl.
I'm going to show everybody this. Okay. When this gauge number comes all the way back to 10 and goes up and down or goes back down, that means that the pressure is down in the pot, and you'll be able to remove this little thing. See, you can still hear air coming out of it, so you don't want to mess with it. All right. So normally when that comes down to 0, this little thing in the bottom on the back, it goes up and down, will come down. Then you can take this off. So it's look at your gauge. 1, look at that thing to make sure that it's down on the back of the pot. That's step 2. And step 3 is to take your weight off. And then step 4 is wait 10 minutes and open your lid. And when you go to open it away from you. Do not ever open it that way towards you, because steam can come up in your face and burn you. Okay? So, I just wanted to say that. Now I'm going to take my face off screen. Okay.
Your face is still on the screen.
Oh, yeah, I understand. I'm just saying like the whole face. I didn't want my whole face up there.
Okay.
Okay, so we've made my husband his dessert. So he's going to be happy about that. And we succeeded in doing all of our cannon and our bean dip. And we cut up our okra. And we cleaned our terrible, messy, nasty cleanup we had to do over here of all these dishes. Because cannon can get very messy If you don't clean up as you go, you'll have
Yeah.
50,000 dishes, and then you'll not want to be cleaning them because you'll be so tired. So clean up as you go. Okay?
Yeah.
So, let's see. Anna said she used to can maple syrup.
Isn't that cool?
Well, why don't you still do it? She can still can it.
I wish I could have syrup. Oh man. I'd have me a ton of French toast every day.
No doubt.
But the biggest thing is that pure maple syrup is going to be better for you than that crap you buy over the counter.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
definitely is right.
That is very, very true.
So can you make candy?
Yeah, there's a video on my channel of me making some candy. Or, well, not a
Really?
video, but
I'm trying to think of things you probably tell me no, but I don't think there is anything.
I made Butterfingers, homemade Butterfingers.
Oh, yummy.
No, I put them up on the thing, baby. On the channel. When I made the homemade Butterfingers, that was when I'm still live, too.
She said, I don't have the land with the trees and the sap shanty anymore.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I'm waiting for my pressure on my pot to come down. Let me see, baby.
I'm trying to stay awake so I can see this.
Yeah, me too.
Not cold, honey. Not cold, but I can make you something cold. Get me to put you some ice on the cup. Root beer. No, you can turn it off.
Good morning, Kenneth.
Jenny said, "Good morning, Kenneth Ray.
Hey, good morning.
I made you a treat. I made you a, what is it? You named it, Chris?
What?
A
Wafer
strawberry
pie.
wafer pie.
A wafer
It's in the
pie.
refrigerator. You can't have it. It's got the marry, the flavors have to marry together.
Married together.
Marry together, yes. Really. Come here and say hey to everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, good morning. Good
Yeah.
night. Good night, Atista. I don't know how to say your name. My apologies.
Good night, dear. Thank you for stopping by. Somebody from Washington.
Don't know how to say who.
The person there that just left the room at a Titus. I'm heading to sleep. Great hanging out with you all, especially seeing the canning firsthand. I'm inspired. I'm glad you came. That person. I just told you their name, honey.
Okay.
Yeah. That person.
Well, I'm going to bed.
I
Good
love
night.
I love you, Pooter Dooter. Night night. I'm sorry for the racket if I woke you up. If I was the cause of waking you up. I apologize. What is what? I ate a little bit of the beans I made. Just to try them. And because I didn't eat supper, remember? So I put like a teaspoon or so on the thing and tried it. I don't know. I guess I did. I don't know. Okay, this thing's got to come down. This pressure, man. Come on, pressure. Come down. I will, baby. Okay. It's not. The pressure is slowly coming down. It's at 0, so now I just have to wait for the thing on the back to come down.
Okay.
Come on, Pot. It's taking so long. We on my way. Feel like
I
singing the
don't
line.
think I could deal with it if it took me 4 or 5 hours. I couldn't do it.
It can be aggravating sometimes. But the good thing about this is once you have the fire off, you turn your burner off, you can technically walk away from this and go on and go to bed or go do whatever else you're doing. Because all that's going to happen is your pressure's going to come down and your jars will sit in your pressure canner. Okay?
So it's not going to hurt the can or the jars?
No. Mm-mm. No, I just want to show you guys what the end result is. You said I've been on here for how long?
It says 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Great.
Not bad for your third live.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
I mean, I thought I was the live queen doing that 6.5 hour crap.
Yeah, I ain't trying to be no live queen. I just trying to get my cannon done, but I didn't realize. Well, it wouldn't have been so bad if I would have, like I said, if I would have had my beans already cooked. But like a dodo, I didn't. You know?
Yeah.
Next time. It's the prep work that matters, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, prep work is big, I imagine. And
Yeah, it
having like your ingredients already measured out
Yeah.
in little containers. That way you can, instead of walking away from the project, just continue to work on it.
Yeah.
You know, obviously when you're cooking something, you want to tell people, you know, what goes into it,
Yeah.
or even put the recipe on the screen or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, if it were me, I would definitely make sure that I had the recipe on the screen, because in the end, they're going to want to have access to that and not be able to, I mean, they're not going to be able to make it in real time as if you did it on a video.
Right. Right. There's a lot of learning I got to do.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of learning.
Okay. Echo says, Miss Carolina, did you tell the reason for adding a little bit of vinegar to the canning water?
Oh. Actually, on this video, no, I didn't. You add vinegar to your water to keep your jars from looking cloudy. And also to help keep your canner clean on the inside.
How
And
much?
you don't use regular table salt. Oh, I use about 1/4 cup. Okay. The little thing on the back, let me get this screen up. I'm screaming. Hold on. The little thing on the back of the pot is down. Now we can remove that. And we take our pot, turn the lid, open it away from you. See how that steam rolled off? That would have been nice to get in your face. Okay? And all the jars look pretty good. But anyway, now that this thing is not as hot as it was. On your lid, on this canner, that little thing right there moves up and down. Oh, it's hot. You want to wait for that thing to go down. And when that thing goes down, then you can open your canner up. Okay?
Gotcha. Yep.
And now I just leave the lid off and let the jar sit in it for about 10 minutes. And then I can start removing the jars. But let me show y'all what it looks like inside of the pot.
Oh, yeah.
See that? That's what it looks like.
The water is down below the top now.
Oh, yeah. Well, the water on a pressure canner, you don't put above the top. That's only for water bath canning. Pressure canning, you only want about a gallon, maybe 3 quarts of water in this pot. And that's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Now, in
See,
the
why?
water
See, you're
bath
going to
canner-
have to go over this with me about five times.
Now, when you're water bath canning, you do want your water above that jar. But when you're pressure canning, you don't. Yeah,
Okay.
canned venison is really yummy. It is. Yeah.
I've
Matter of
never had
fact,
canned venison.
Yeah, hold on. Let me show you something. Yes, it is. It is so yummy. Canned venison. Oh, yes, it is. Canned venison is lovely. Oh, y'all, I have a tree frog in my kitchen.
Really?
A tree frog.
A tree frog right there.
I guess.
I'm not putting him in the pot.
Put it in the pot.
Tina told me to put the tree frog in the pot.
Ah.
No, I'm not. Miss Chris, detail grandma. She's laughing at you.
Go catch him. Go catch him, Kenneth.
No,
Go
I
catch
do
him.
not want to eat a tree frog. No.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
That's not good.
I don't want to eat a tree frog.
You can can it.
No, I cannot, Kenneth.
Don't you eat eggs?
How about
Don't you eat eggs? Think about where they come from.
so?
The worst.
Kenneth's like, don't you eat an egg? You know where an egg comes from? You okay with eating the egg? Really? I don't want to eat reptiles and amphibians.
Ew.
These tell Grandma, Anna, and Jenny. Yeah, they think that's funny. They think you're they think you're hilarious. Your nose is running. Go catch it, baby.
Well, he's funnier than you.
I know he's funnier than me. He sure is.
Opposites attract.
That's right. He's the family comedian, girl. I ain't got nothing on him. Nothing. I tell you nothing, folks. Okay. All right. You think we should end the live stream? Yes, it's very hot.
Yeah,
Okay, you
because I gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream. Hold on.
Echo said something.